Reincarnated as an energy with a system. Chapter 101, The Three Halls. Thankfully, he could gather energy very fast with the chi. Still, his cultivation was lacking a lot in the effort. He had been practicing slowly, but the tons of information in his head were keeping him distracted. However, after fully understanding the knowledge he had acquired, he was finally free to progress with his cultivation, and in a single day, he broke through in both body and chi. He was now a 6th chi condensation realm cultivator with nearly a 7th level body cultivation. This was something he wouldn't even dream of achieving in less than a year back in Clovis. Ning walked out of the room with his usual bald head, but a calm heart and a wide smile, and made his way to the Disciples' Hall where they put you into work at the Physicians' Guild. Hello, I have been here for a month and I need to start working in the Physicians' Guild according to the rules. Do you know what I should do? He asked the person registering the different people. The bald man looked at him with a warm smile and said, "Good morning, brother. Please give me your identification card, I will make you a slip so you can go work in the Physicians' Guild." Ning did as asked and took out his identification card and handed it to the person. The person made a small paper slip and handed it to Ning. "Go and show this to the person at the registration of the Physicians' Guild and they will tell you what to do," the man said. "Thank you, brother," Ning said and left the sect. He walked a few minutes to the other side of the city center and reached the Physicians' Guild. He walked up to the registration place and handed him the slip. "I'm starting today. Please tell me what to do," Ning said. The man looked at the slip and called someone. "What is it, brother?" A young man with a bald head arrived from inside. "Brother Ning here is new to the job, show him what you do each day. He will follow you around for today," the man at the registration said. "Ah, I see. Good morning, brother Ning. My name is Samad, please follow me. I will show you around the guild," he said and walked inside. Ning had gone inside once before, so he knew just how big the place was. The outer registration hall was barely anything compared to the entire building. Ning followed the man named Samad and he introduced him to the entire Physicians' Guild. The Physicians' Guild didn't only have people from the pure cleansing sect, however, most of them were indeed from there. There were also people who only wanted to learn to be a physician, but didn't want to join the sect. As such, the guild was divided into 3 sections. The Volunteers' Hall, the Physicians' Hall, and the Learning Hall. The Learning Hall was where the different people learned new knowledge to become physician. This place had the same books as the pure cleansing sect but cost money to learn. If they wanted to read for free, they had to join the sect. The Physicians' Hall was the obvious main attraction of the guild. It was the place where the certified physicians stayed and treated the different patients that arrived here. The Volunteers' Hall was the same as the Physicians' Hall, however, these people were wannabe physicians who were only allowed to treat minor illnesses and injuries that would be just a waste of time for the more qualified physicians. These people could also not earn any money and were thus usually just working there to gain experiences for when they became physicians. Ning was a little surprised when he learned that. "Can anyone become a volunteer?" he asked while walking down the hallway of the Volunteers' Hall. "No. You need to pass a small exam if you want to start volunteering. They need to make sure that you are able to treat injuries before they start sending you the injured," Samad said. "Of course. That makes sense. So, I assume the volunteers have to take some exam to become a physician as well?" Ning asked. "Oh yeah. They actually have to take 3 different ones. One where they recognize the injuries. Second where they recognize different ingredients, and third where they have to recognize what medicine is used for what injury," Samad said. "That's quite a lot of tests, isn't it?" Ning asked. "Yes, but we need those so that we get the best physicians out of the volunteers who can actually do their job with the lowest error rate," Samad said. He then took Ning to Physicians' Hall next. There were multiple different rooms in the Physicians' Hall, each with its own physician. "This is where we mostly come to it, brother Ning. Our task is to attend to the physicians. You will only have to do it once a day, but if you end up making a physician your master, they can permanently keep you with them so that you can learn from them. That's what most want to do really. Get taught by a talented physician, pass the test to become a volunteer and then learn enough that you end up becoming a physician. What a dream! Shame, someone like me can never do that, Samad said dejectedly. I'm sure you will make it big someday, brother Samad. You just gotta keep hope, Ning said. Sigh, that's true. I always get hopeless when I think about this stuff, Samad said. Ning smiled and walked behind him as he took him through the various hallways until he reached one particular door. Chapter 102, Mother. Is that Arka's a disciple? Ah, you have someone shadowing you today, Samad. The physician inside the room asked. Yes, Elder Neil. This is Brother Ning. He will be under me for today so I can teach him the ways of an attendant, Samad said. Good morning, Elder Neil, Ning greeted respectfully. Elder Neil nodded and asked, is this your first time seeing a physician? No. I once came here a few months ago to get medicine for my bird. The first elder had helped me at the time, Ning said. Oh, so you have seen physicians in action, hey? I was looking forward to impressing you, Tisk, Elder Neil said as he clicked his tongue. Ha ha ha, Elder Neil, your plan's got water all over it, Samad said as he laughed too. Ning didn't understand what was so funny, but seeing the two laugh, he wanted to laugh too. Suddenly Samad stopped laughing and took out a piece of paper and looked at it. Squiggly lines were written all over it. Hey! What language is that? How come I don't know it? Ning was surprised. Technically speaking, he should know every single language and alphabet out there, but he couldn't understand what the squiggly lines said. Maybe it's not a language. Ning wondered. Come, Brother Ning, a patient has arrived, Samad said and dragged Ning all the way to the registration hall. This place is too small when compared to the rest of the place, Ning thought. Brother Samad, here, the man at the registration called over. In the hallway was an old mother with a 2-year-old child in her embrace. What's wrong? Samad asked. Her child fell from the stairs and seems to have broken his right leg, the man said. Samad nodded and said, come with us, miss. The woman quickly followed Samad and walked in. Ning walked behind her, fully seeing the mother's worry. It made him feel a little sad. Did my mother worry about me like this when I was young? He wondered. Ever since the accident that sent his life in a downward spiral, he had never thought about his parents aside from the occasional times when he felt lonely. Earlier on, he would feel angry and betrayed that they left him alone. He would even curse at them for leaving him behind. But as he grew older and learned more about the world, he just felt sad about his parents' early death and started to stop thinking about them. However, seeing the mother's worry, it all came flooding back in. My parents probably loved me the same way, perhaps even more, he thought. If only I could see them once more. See them once more, his eyes started getting wide. System, can I get my parents back? Can I get them back? Please, say yes. Please, can I get them back? He asked. Tears streamed down his eyes. He had expected some answer along the same line, but he still had some hope. In the end, it was all for nothing. He quickly wiped his tears and saw that the mother was doing the same as well. She was crying too. Of course, she was. Her child was hurt. If a mother wouldn't cry there, then who would? Ning almost asked the system to help her son right now, but stopped. No, I need to see that everything I have done for the past 30 days was not in vain, he thought. They finally reached the room of Elder Neil and entered. Neil watched the group walk in and asked, what's the problem, Samad? Her son fell and broke his leg, Samad said as he took the boy from the mother's embrace and brought him to the elder. The boy was unconscious from the pain. Elder Neil first woke up the child. The child woke up and started crying once more, but Elder Neil ignored him. Instead, he started poking around his leg, trying to find the point of fracture. He took the child's cries as an indication of whether he was in the right area or not. Ning watched all of this happening from afar and thought to himself. From the looks of the child's cries, the tibula bone has fractured. To heal, we would need to make a paste out of water ox's horn powder, silver eagle's feather, wild roseberry, emerald ginger, crying fruit seed, and upside down gourd's water. Put it around the fracture area and then put a cast on it. Samad, bring me a clean slab, Elder Neil said. Samad went to the drawers near the walls and brought out a clean slab and placed it in front of the elder. Elder Neil then started taking items out from the storage bag. Water ox's horn, silver eagle's feather, wild roseberry, emerald ginger, crying fruit seed, and an upside down gourd. He cut off a piece of the ox's horn and turned it to powder. He put the feather, berry, ginger, and seed as is. Then, he opened the upside down gourd and poured a little water out of it. He started crushing all of them together with a small rock until they were fully incorporated with each other and were a smooth paste. He then applied it all over the side of the little boy's calf and took out 2 sticks which he put on either side of the boy's leg. He then pulled out a clean bandage and wrapped it around the leg until it was fully covered. Only then did Elder Neil stop concentrating on the boy and took a breath. He will be fine now, he said, reassuring the mother. Thank you so much. The mother started crying. Ning, however, didn't process any of it. He could only think of a single thing right now. Chapter 103, Financial Help. Say thank you to the doctor, son, the mother said. Thank you, doctor, the little boy said. It's okay, I am just doing my job. Just make sure not to walk on that foot a lot, okay, young man? Elder Neil said. The boy nodded for a while. All right, let's talk about the price, Elder Neil said. Yes, doctor. I have about 7 silver coins. Will that be enough? She asked. Elder Neil's face changed a little. Miss, you should know that our ingredients cost a lot, right? This treatment actually costs you 5 gold coins, he said. The color drained from the mother's face. Heavens, I don't have that kind of money, doctor. I brought all that I had with me. These 7 silver coins are what I made from my work in the restaurant. Please, doctor, can you not do anything? She asked. I'm afraid that's not possible. While we are here to serve the everyday people, it's not a charity. We still need money to keep doing what we are going, Elder Neil said. But I don't have that kind of money. What should I do, doctor? The mother asked. That is no concern of mine. I only require you to pay 5 gold coins, that's it, Elder Neil said. Where do I find such money from a doctor? Please have mercy on this poor woman, the mother started crying. The boy didn't know what was going on, so he started crying too. Elder Neil's face grew very cold and he said, if you can't bring me my money, then I will let the authority deal with you. Samad, call the soldiers. And no, please. I will slave away if I have to. Please don't call the soldiers. I can't leave my son. My husband is already gone. If I am taken away too, my son will be orphaned, the woman cried. I don't see how that is my problem, Elder Neil said. Ning was simply stunned looking at the scene. A mother groveling on the ground due to not being able to pay her son's medical fee. Why was such a thing even present in such a world of cultivation? They should have been able to cure the son without asking for more money, however, they were absolutely not letting the woman go. Ning understood that letting a single person go away without payments would create precedents where one could get treated without paying a single coin. However, it shouldn't cost 5 gold coins. That bastard is clearly taking advantage. It should cost 3 coins at best, and with how many visitors he gets every day, he shouldn't care about such measly money, Ning thought. Samad was about to leave the room to call the soldiers when Ning spoke, "Wait brother Samad." Samad stopped in his track and asked, "What is it, brother Ning? Do you want to come to the soldiers' barracks with me? It's not very far from here." "No, actually," Ning said as he took out 5 gold coins from his storage and handed it to the mother. "Please stand up and use this," he said. The mother looked dumbfounded for a few seconds, not knowing what was happening, but soon realized what transpired in front of her. She quickly took the gold coins from Ning's hand and started thanking him profusely, blessing him for what he was doing. The woman gave the gold coins to the elder and walked out of the room. Ning and Samad followed behind her until she walked out of the physician's guild. Then they went back to Elder Neil's room. Samad walked up to the elder and took the stone slab and the rock to wash it. Elder Neil looked at him with weird eyes and asked, "You like playing a savior, hey? Fancy yourself a hero?" "Sorry," Ning asked. "Don't be. I saw how you wanted to look good in front of the old woman. Do you like her?" Elder Neil asked. "She said she doesn't have a husband, and she only has a single child, so she's not that old either," Elder Neil said. "Please don't insult me, Elder Neil. I only helped a mother who cared about her son, that's all. I just didn't want her to drop unnecessary tears," he said. I see, you are quite righteous, aren't you?" Elder Neil said and nodded. After that, he said nothing. Soon, another customer arrived, so Samad and Ning rushed off to see this new patient. The patient had a bloody red arm. Although, it was quite unnoticeable thanks to the red robe the man was wearing. "What happened to your arm?" Samad asked. "I broke it while I was learning how to fly. I didn't get very far into the lesson and fell to the ground from the sky. So, my arm broke. It will be easy to fix, right? He asked. "Don't worry. Our elder can heal any injuries." "You've come to the best place," Samad said. Soon, they were in the elder's room and Elder Neil had started to make the pastes. In a few minutes, just as Ning was guessing, Elder Neil picked and mixed together ingredients from his guess and applied the new paste on the wood. Soon enough, the casting was done too and it was time for the man to pay his due. He pulled out 7 gold coins and asked, "Is this enough?" "No," Elder Neil suddenly said. "It will cost you 10 gold coins." 10 gold coins? That's a lot of coins, doctor. Can't it be lowered? A little discount?" he asked. Chapter 104, Ingredient Prices. "Isn't that right, Attendant Ning? You can give this man 3 gold coins, right? It's for the treatment after all," Elder Neil said. "I only helped a mother in need, Elder Neil. This person can easily go out and earn his own money to pay. Besides, he is a cultivator, he should have stuff he could pawn in if needed," Ning said. "Oh, but I thought you were a righteous savior who helped all, Attendant Ning. Was I wrong? Was it only just because the previous one was a woman?" Elder Neil said. "Damn, this man definitely wanted something that I got in the way of. What thought?" Ning wondered. He started looking through the different things that happened in the room until now, the increased cost of medicine, the terror he put the woman through, there was definitely some purpose there. Ning then finally realized it. Mthurfkur. Quite literally. This man wanted the mother just now. So he made it so that she was in his debt and would blackmail her. No wonder he is angry at me for ruining his chances. *ck this guy, Ning thought. Ning turned to the man with the broken arm and asked, "How many golds did you say you had?" 7. Yes, the man nodded. Ning then checked his cultivation base and realized that he was in Qi condensation 8th realm. What the *ck? He is stronger than me and he doesn't have more than 7 gold coins, he thought. "What sect are you from?" Ning asked. "I don't have a sect. I'm a rogue cultivator who only focuses on cultivation," he said. "And you don't earn money?" Ning asked. Only what is required for daily living, the man said. *CK, what should I do now? Ning frowned. He could just say that he wouldn't help him and the man could find other ways to pay, but that would make Elder Neil win, and if he did decide to pay for the man, that would make Elder Neil rich. Both outcomes he didn't want to happen. *CK it, here goes nothing, Ning said and did the only option that was left for him. Your 7 coins are enough, don't worry. Your treatment only cost 6 gold coins. Just hand them over to Elder Neil and you can leave, Ning said. What are you talking about, Attendant Neil? Elder Neil got angry. Please teach me if I made any mistakes, Elder Neil, Ning said, making himself look innocent. You said my treatment costs 6 gold coins? Are you trying to bankrupt me? Elder Neil asked. Certainly not. I was just telling the patient exactly how much the treatment cost, Ning said. The man with the broken arm was catching on to the subtle feud between them by now and got curious himself. Physician Neil, how much did you say my treatment cost? He asked. 10 gold coins, Elder Neil said with an air of haughtiness. Then why does your attendant say it costs 6 gold coins? He asked. He doesn't know what he is saying. This is his first time working in the guild, so he is a little confused about everything, Elder Neil said. Is that so? Would you mind telling me the costs of everything involved then, if you don't mind, the man said. Elder Neil frowned a little, but still said, very well. Of the 10 gold coins 8 come from the ingredients, and the next 2 from labor charges. The man then turned to Ning and asked, young man, why did you say it costs 6 coins? He asked. It's simple actually. He was right about the 2 gold coin labor costs, but the ingredients only cost 4 coins. Blazing chicken's feathers cost 12 copper coins, spirit pear's vine cost 2 silver coins, demon caterpillar's precious silk costs 13 silver coins, 18 silver for ground up tetra-headed snake's skins, 8 copper coins for hanging tree's sap, and 5 silver coins for upside down gourd water. For a total of 4 gold coins, Ning said. Elder Neil was dumbfounded. How the hell does a newbie know the exact price of the ingredients, he angrily thought. Don't listen to him, he's a newbie. He doesn't know anything about the market, Elder Neil frantically said. Is he wrong about the ingredients? The man asked. Why yes, of course. He named all the ingredients wrong, Elder Neil said. Oh, then why did you say that he didn't know anything about the market when you should have instead said that he got the ingredients wrong? The man asked. That Elder Neil couldn't come up with an explanation. The man said nothing more and took out 6 gold coins and handed them to the elder. He then turned to Ning and nodded before leaving through the doorway. Ning smiled and followed the man as he and Samod took the man all the way to the registration hall. Only after reaching there did he finally speak. Thank you, young man. If not for you, I would have been swindled out of my hard-earned money today, he said. It's fine. I couldn't stand and see such an injustice being done in front of my eyes, Ning lied. *CK that old man. He got what he deserved, he thought internally. You can go back to your job. I will be here for a little longer. I will complain to the old man to the guild and see if something happens. Thank you once more, he said. It's fine. I was just speaking up what I knew, Ning said and watched the man go to the registration to file the complaint. Chapter 105, Physician Eula. Elder Neil is one of the 3 judges who are responsible for testing the physician's knowledge. They can also influence your chances of becoming a volunteer, but not as much, Samod said. Really? *CK, Ning started to worry, but quickly put his worries aside. His anger was higher than his worries for now. Whatever, I will just have to show them my medical prowess when I go take the volunteer exam tomorrow, Ning said. Volunteer exams only take place once a month. The last one took place about a week ago, Samad said in a monotonous voice. Oh, really? All right then, I will show them my medical prowess when I go take the volunteer exam in 3 weeks, Ning said. Samad just shook his head and returned to the elder's room, and Ning followed behind. As soon as he entered, however, Ning got a little fearful of the atmosphere. Elder Neil was letting his chi wander around recklessly, and Ning's body was reacting to that. F***ck, just how strong is they? He thought. He didn't dare check the cultivation realm just in case it was too high and he would get mentally hurt. From the feeling alone, however, Ning could tell that the old man was in the foundation establishment realm. Damn, this is scary, he thought, but showed no fear on his face. Ho ho ho, you think you are some invincible being, don't you, brat? Very well, let's see how long you can stay in the Physicians Guild. I will make sure to make your life hell, the old man said. Ning didn't back down against the threat. Go ahead. I will wait for this supposed hell, he said. Throughout the day, multiple different patients came in and out of the guild looking to get treated, and Elder Neil got a lot of patients. However, he no longer swindled them out of money, as Ning would be looking at the ingredients very carefully. He tried to do so once and Ning immediately corrected him, leaving him a little red on the face. At the end of the day, Elder Neil swore that Ning would rather wish to be in actual hell than what was coming for him. Ning went back to this cottage in the sect for the night. It felt good finally resting after a tiresome day. He started cultivating, and very soon, night turned to morning. Once he got out of cultivation, he checked the beast space to see what was happening. He couldn't see any difference in night, but the beetle had started laying a sort of cocoon around it. The cocoon wasn't fully made and would still take some time to build, but that still surprised Ning. Is that how it evolves? He wondered. Quickly he forgot about those things and looked forward to another day at the guild. That old man said he would make my life hell, didn't he? I'm curious to see how, he thought. He walked out of his room and went to the physician's hall. At the registration hall, he asked the person who he was attending this day, and was given a room. He walked to the room and entered. Inside was a relatively young man, who seemed a little too fidgety. What's going on here? Ning thought. Hello, Physician Eula, I am your attendant for the day, Ning, he said as he introduced himself. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't see you there. Please come on in, the physician said. According to the man at the registration who assigned him the physician for the day, this man was actually a newbie physician who only passed the test 3 days ago and was starting for the first time today. Is this going to be a problem though? He wondered. Soon, something vibrated in his storage bag. It was the talisman notifying him of a patient's arrival. Ning had come to learn that the squiggly lines of the talisman weren't any language and simply just provided information directly to the cultivator's mind. A patient is here. I will go get them, Ning said and left the room. He walked to the front of the registration hall and saw a little girl with a face full of weird rashes and little lumps filled with blood and pus. She is your patient today, the man at the registration said. He seemed to be a little cold today. Please come, Ning said as he took the little girl and her guardian through the hall to Physician Eula. He opened the door and let them in. Eula turned around and saw the disgusting face of the little girl and nearly vomited. Holy, has he not seen blood and gore or what? How is he even a physician? Ning wondered. Doctor, please check my little sister. She suddenly came down with this rash 2 days ago. We waited the whole day yesterday to see if it would go away, but it just kept on getting worse, the guardian said. I see, Eula said and started checking the little girl. He showed the signs of him being a newbie and the guardian started to worry. Ning was curious about her condition too, so he went a little closer to check as well. He looked for a while and quickly realized what the problem was. He watched Eula working hard to figure out the cause but being unable to, so he decided to help a little. Did your sister come into contact with anything unusual recently? He asked. No, nothing unusual, the brother said. Nothing? Not even some insects or any plants that might be poisonous? He asked. I don't. Eli, did you come in contact with any plants or insects recently that you haven't seen before? He asked his sister. Chapter 106, Medical Knowledge. Yeah, but only once. I threw it away after the thorns stabbed me a little, the girl said. Hearing this, Eula's eyes shined a little. Little girl, can you tell this uncle what the flower looked like? He asked. It was this big, she said, making a small shape with her hands full of rashes and lumps. And, its color was like that, she said, pointing to a purple lining on Eula's clothing. Anything else you can remember about this flower? Eula asked. It had tiny hands coming out from the inside, she said. Hellspawn orchid, Eula said in realization. Attendant Ning, get me my slab, he said. Ning smiled and nodded. He quickly took out the stone slab for the physician and gave it to him. Eula began to bring out different ingredients and started crushing them. Instead of a paste, however, he made a powder using them. He separated the powder into 2 different parts and put them on separate paper before folding it. Make her drink one of these today mixed with a glass of water, and another one tomorrow morning as soon as she wakes up. That should be enough, Eula said. Thank you, doctor. And the price? He asked. It's 4 gold coins, Eula said. That's 5 silver coins higher than the actual price, but whatever. He's not as bad that Elder Neil who would take 4 entire gold coins in excess, Ning thought. The man paid the 4 gold coins and left the room after thanking Eula. Ning walked them to the outside and returned back to Eula. Ah, thank you back there. I was really scared I would mess up my first time and couldn't properly examine the girl, Eula said. It's fine. I understand it's your first day. You will need some time to get used to it, Ning said. Yes. Here, please take this as a thank you, Eula said as he handed him something. Ning walked forward to see what it was and it turned out that he was giving him 5 silver coins. What's this for? Ning asked. You helped me, didn't you? If not for you I wouldn't have figured out what the problem was, so as a thank you, I am giving you what extra I took from the patients. Although, I probably shouldn't have taken 5 silver coins and just given you something from my own pocket, Eula said. Ning smiled at the response. The rest of the day, Ning had to help him a few times here and there, but Eula was mostly competent at his job. By the end of the day, he had lost his nervousness at work and was finally starting to act like an actual physician. Ning went back to his cottage to cultivate for another day and rest. Over the next few days, Ning kept getting put with seemingly incompetent physicians. Not because they didn't know what they were doing, but due to other factors. Some were new, some were very old, some were way too arrogant for their own good, and some just didn't like working so they would try to lengthen out each patient for more than an hour. The registration hall on the other hand kept sending disgusting-looking or very gory patients straight to any physicians that were attending him. He didn't even have to guess to know that it was all the old man Neil's work. Bastard, just 2 more weeks and I will stop having to do this, Ning thought. Today was his day off. He only had to work 6 days a week, and on the 7th day, he could go to the learning hall to learn new things. Today, Ning wanted to see if there was anything interesting in there. So he went ahead and checked it out. There were elders in big halls giving speeches, teaching people about different things. Ning stood down to listen for a few minutes before realizing that there was nothing to know there that he already didn't know. So, he walked over to the books section where he looked through the different books. There were books here that were different from what he had learned in the library back in the sect, but he soon realized that the content was overall the same. There is no more content for me to learn in pure cleansing sect, is there? He thought. System, show me knowledge of medical treatment for all diseases and poisons and whatnots in the planet Kumia, he said. How much energy do I have? he said as he quickly checked the status and found out that he had around 7 billion energy right now. Most of it is just from chi, so I should get rid of it since it's useless. System, buy the intermediate version, he said. Information flowed into his mind, more than he could have imagined. Soon, he learned that the pure cleansing sect barely knew 2% of the entire thing. I guess it's understandable. They are quite a low level in terms of cultivation, Ning thought. He also had to buy information on ingredients due to all the new names that were popping up in his mind that he knew nothing about. So, he spent another 2 billion energy on an intermediate version of the knowledge. After all of that was learned, he knew that he no longer had anything else to learn from the learning hall of the Physicians' Guild. So, he walked over to the section of the learning hall where they took part in the exam and put his name in before going back to his cottage. Chapter 107, Not Pregnant. Let me check, the man said and started looking for something. Ning knew that this man was under the orders of Neil to give him some random physicians that would trouble him. Neil couldn't do anything directly or that would go against the rules of the guild, so he could only do such underhanded things. Ah, here it is. It's the physician in room 42, the man said. Room 42? No name. Ning was surprised. The man simply shook his head. Ning just left. Sigh, whatever. I've been here for 2 weeks already. It's not like I haven't seen every bad physician there is in the guild, Ning thought. Most of the physicians he worked under weren't even that bad in their work, only their professionalism. Throw me what you want, you old fart, nothing will surprise me, Ning thought as he opened the door to room 42. And he was surprised. He had expected a lot of different physicians under who he could have been put, but he never expected this person to be here. Oh, it's good to see you here, Elder Neil. I'm surprised you wanted me as an attendant, Ning said. Haha, brat. How is life? Hellish yet? Elder Neil asked. Hell? I don't know what you are talking about. It's been as smooth as ever. Only the first day was a little bumpy, but other than that it's been amazing. I think I have you to thank for that, right? Ning said. You little. Elder Neil said in anger. Oh, wait for a second, Elder Neil, a patient is here, Ning said and left Elder Neil behind seething in anger. He walked to the registration hall and brought back the patient. The patient had a deep cut on their thigh, and Ning watched Elder Neil heal the wound. Damn, I can think of 5 ways to heal that wound, and all of those would cost not even half of what he is doing, Ning thought. Ever since he acquired the information, he had found the ways of healing in the Physicians' Guild to be very inefficient. Ning just shook his head and kept on looking. Elder Neil couldn't swindle the patient with Ning here, so he had to give appropriate prices to the patients. Ning kept on bringing patients in and out throughout the day. Around late noon, Ning walked to the registration hall to get his next patient. When he reached, he saw a young woman with a bloated belly. A pregnant woman. Ning wondered. What is wrong, miss? Are you not feeling well? He asked. No. My stomach got this big suddenly and I don't know what to do, she said. Ning was a little confused. What are we supposed to do then? This is not an abortion clinic. Something could have been done if it was early, but at that stage. Isn't that just murder, he wondered. PSST. Ning turned around and looked at the man at the registration. What? He went close and asked. The man whispered in his ears something that shocked him. She's not pregnant. Hey? What? Ning was surprised. He looked back at the lady and saw that her entire body was fine, except for the bloated belly. If she's not pregnant then, it's not just a fart or a sh*t, right? He wondered. Miss, you aren't pregnant? He asked. The girl blushed a little and said, no. Ning was curious now, but he couldn't check her yet. Come with me please, he said and made her follow him. On the way to the room, he checked her cultivation and realized that she was at the 5th chi condensation realm. That's quite high, he thought. Are you a rogue cultivator, or are you in any sect? Ning asked. I used to be part of the Eagle sect, but I left it a few months ago, she said. That rundown sect? It still has disciples? Ning asked. Haha, yes. The elders refuse to do any repairs at all and keep the sect as is. You should see the inside of the sect. There are giant pillars everywhere that look like they will fall with a single push, yet the elders vehemently tell us not to bother with them. At some point, the quality of life in there got so bad that I just had to leave, the woman said. Soon they reached the room and entered. Elder Neil saw the pregnant woman and got curious. Before he could even say something, Ning just went ahead and told him. She's got a big belly but is not pregnant, he said. Not pregnant? Neil looked at the woman curiously. Have you not done the deed? He asked. No, doctor, she said. Come here, let me check you, he said and called the woman over. Ning also curiously looked at the woman. Ning saw that she really wasn't pregnant. He kept looking at her trying to make sense of the situation. No answer immediately popped out, so he started to dig deeper into his knowledge. Elder Neil made her lift up her robes to show her stomach, and when she did, both Elder Neil and Ning were shocked. Her entire stomach had turned dark blue. Almost like someone had beat her up and left the bruises. However, from the uniformness of the color, they were both sure that this was not a case of physical abuse. Elder Neil was shocked because this was the first time in his life that he had seen a patient with such a case. He had no idea what was going on and didn't even know where to begin the treatment. So, he started asking random questions to figure out more of the situation. Chapter 108, Unique Yin Qi. I don't really know. I saw that it had turned this color only today while I was bathing myself. So I hurried here, she said. Did you eat anything, touch anything, or anything weird happened recently? Elder Neil asked. And no, nothing of that sort. Am I not treatable, doctor? She asked worriedly. I don't. It's treatable, Ning said from the side. Elder Neil looked angrily after being cut off mid-sentence. Attendant Ning, please don't talk while I am talking to the patient. Okay, Elder Neil, Ning said. Yeah, like I was saying, I don't. I can be treated. The woman said with an excited face. She was preparing herself for the worst news possible, and somehow, she got very good news. Elder Neil got angry once more for being cut off, but let it be since it was the patient. He instead turned towards Ning and asked, You said she can be healed, right? Tell me, how it can be done. Sure, Elder Neil, he said. Lady, can you cultivate right now? Please expose your stomach while you do so. We will need to see, he said. Cultivate here. The woman wasn't ready for such a request. Yes, please. It's to see if our hypothesis is correct or not, Ning said. Oh, okay then, the lady said and sat down on the ground and started cultivating. For the first few minutes, nothing happened and Elder Neil even wanted to stop her. But soon, he saw that there was a dark spot appearing around her stomach that was previously untainted. ENL.M. What the? Elder Neil got out of his seat and went closer to check. It really is her cultivation technique. Lady, stop, he said. The lady stopped cultivating and asked, It's my cultivation? Do you know how to fix it now? She asked. This. Elder Neil still wasn't sure. Yes, we do, miss, Ning said and walked up to her. I will place my hands on your stomach and treat you now, please prepare yourself, Ning said. Hey? You will? Not the doctor? She asked in surprise. Attendant Ning, what are you doing? Elder Neil asked. Ning didn't bother with Elder Neil and simply asked the woman, who suggested the idea for you to cultivate so we could see? Ning asked. Oh right, you did. Alright then, please heal me, she said. Alright, you will hear some loud sound, so prepare yourself, Ning said. The girl nodded and closed her eyes. Ning placed his hands on the lady's stomach and began the treatment. He used yin to sound conversion technique. A small buzz appeared from where he touched the lady. The buzz soon turned to a small hum, which started to accumulate and get louder. By the end, it was so uncomfortable that both the lady and the elder had to close their ears. Ning couldn't do that right now, but fortunately, his body was strong enough to endure such a loud sound. However, even then, his mind wasn't doing so great. He was starting to get a light headache that was annoying him. Damn, just how much yin qi did this lady gather, he thought. For some reason, the yin qi was leaving her body very slowly. The previous times he used this technique, all the yin qi in the surrounding would gather to his arm within seconds. Yet, now it was taking more than a few minutes for all the yin qi to leave. Elder Neil was looking at the whole procedure from start to finish and was surprised that she was actually getting healed. At first, he wondered what the young man was doing after hearing the small buzz, but soon he noticed that the black spot on the lady's stomach was disappearing. It started off very slow, but by the end, it was leaving her body at an extraordinary rate. Just what is this young man doing that is healing her? Did I miss some obvious information? Have I gotten so old that I don't even know what the problem is anymore? Elder Neil started questioning his own knowledge. Finally, the black spots were all gone. The intensely loud sound was still there, but that didn't stop the woman from nearly crying in happiness. Ning slowly stood up and backed away to the corner of the room. Yin to sound conversion technique only converted the yin qi to sound energy for the duration of the technique. If he managed to collect the sound energy during that time, it would disappear. However, if he didn't absorb it all and stopped the technique, then it would immediately turn back to yin qi. And he couldn't let that happen near the lady. After walking far enough, he stopped using the technique. Immediately Ning stopped the technique and let the sound turn back to yin, as he sighed in relief for a task well done. However, when he saw that the yin qi didn't scatter away like usual and instead made a visible blackish-blue color in the air, he frowned. What's going on? Before he could even think anything, the blackish-blue floating qi suddenly attacked the closest body they found, Ning. They attacked Ning's right arm, which was floating in the mid-air, and started hurting him. Ah! He grunted as the pain started hitting him. His body was strong enough to be fine at that level of pain, but it still hurt him. What's going on? This is not normal yin qi. What is this? He thought. The yin qi started destroying his arm, and it hurt him a lot, but Ning wasn't going to let them do that any longer. He immediately started yin to sound once more to pull out the yin qi. As expected, they left his body and got turned to sound. The rate was still slow, but it was much faster than when he did it with the woman. But that was only a temporary option, he needed a permanent one. Chapter 109, Volunteer Test. Elder Neil and the lady watching him perform his dance and looked in puzzlement. The lady was curious as to why he would suddenly cry out in pain, only to start dancing immediately after. Elder Neil on the other hand was fuming with rage, seeing everything happening. Ning had not only cured the patient that was meant for him but had now cried out in victory as well as was dancing in joy. His anger didn't let him see the real situation. As soon as he reached the climax of dancing, motes of lights were entering his body. So, he stopped the yin to sound conversion technique. The yin qi immediately entered his body once more and started attacking his body, but this time, there were defenders inside of him. The qi that destroyed any inkling of yin or yang qi were fighting furiously to destroy all the yin qi. While Sun God's morning cleansing technique no longer helped him cultivate his body, there were other applications for it. It took him a while, but soon all the yin qi were destroyed by the other qi. Ning finally stopped dancing and sighed with relief. Thank God I knew that technique, he whispered to himself. Are you finally done dancing? Elder Neil looked at him in anger. Oh yeah, he said. He then turned to the lady and said, since you are fine, let's leave. The payment? She asked. Ning looked at Elder Neil with a smile creeping on his face. It's free, he said. Wait, no. It will cost you money. You took my time and that costs money, Elder Neil hurriedly said. Oh, how much is it then, doctor? She asked. It's, 1 gold coin, Elder Neil said. He really couldn't say any higher price or he would get complained about once again. The girl took out a gold coin and left with Ning. Ning reminded her not to cultivate ever with that technique and returned back to the room. Elder Neil looked like a tomato with a face so red with anger, that Ning nearly didn't recognize him. Ning waited for him to say something, but he just didn't speak. Holy sh*t, just how angry is he? He must be cooking up some god knows what plan in his mind right now, Ning thought. The rest of the day passed normally. People came, got treated, and were sent back. Elder Neil no longer spoke that day with Ning aside from simple orders. At the end of the day, Ning went back to his cottage. The rest of the week passed in the same way as the first two. He was made to attend the lesser-liked physicians, especially the arrogant ones that thought they could do no harm. Ning tried to stay out of trouble until the day of the exam and got into no extra drama. Finally, a week later, it was time for the volunteer exam. He had learned a few more things regarding volunteers during his free time and was fully ready for the exam. He walked into the exam hall early morning and saw that only a few others were there before him. More people started appearing and soon, the hall was full. After a few more minutes, a new elder walked in. Ning had never seen this elder before, which meant he was one of the better ones in the guild. I hope all of you are here by now. We will be starting the volunteering test soon. The elder took a stack of paper and passed it around the room. All right, I will be asking questions, and you guys can simply write down your answers. You guys will have a minute to answer each question. If you cannot do it by then, you are just not good enough. I won't be waiting for anyone and will simply keep on giving out new questions, the elder said. Everyone nodded and got ready for the questions. Question 1. The patient has a broken arm, what do you do? The elder asked. The question was a simple one that anyone striving to be a volunteer could easily know. Send them to the physician, Ning jotted down. That was what the volunteers were made to do. Volunteers could only treat illnesses or conditions that did not require making different pastes or powders. They were also not allowed to treat big medical problems and would have to refer the patients to the physician. Time's up. Question 2. The patient has a problem in their upper chest. You notice a red spot right above their collarbone. What do you do? Question 3. The patient is a young man around 10 years of age and is suffering from headaches. You notice their eyes are sunken and their ears are slightly pale. What do you do? Question 7. This young lady has a back problem and doesn't know the cause of it. What questions do you ask to find out the answers? Question 10. A chi condensation realm cultivator comes in with pain on their arm. What procedure do you take to find out the cause? Question 15. A foundation establishment realm cultivator cannot collect chi anymore after breaking through. What is the cause? Questions came out of the examiner's mouth one after another, every single minute. Ning would listen to the question and come up with the best answer he could without giving away the fact that he had knowledge out of the sect as well. Soon, the elder asked the final question. And finally, question 25. A patient came in with a disease and you find out that it is highly contagious, what do you do? Ning nodded and quickly answered the question on his sheet of paper. Once a minute was passed, the elder asked everyone to stop writing and leave the room immediately. Chapter 110, First Day. Once more, Ning was put together with a female physician that was too good for her own sake. Every patient she encountered, she treated as if they were nothing but a question for her to answer regardless of their feelings. She would find the cause and lay it to them bluntly. Damn, does this physician not know about bedside manner? Ning wondered. She also treated him quite badly. He struggled through the day, trying not to get angry at her, and managed to pass the entire day without causing any incidents. Ah, finally! I get to see my results, he thought, and went back to the learning hall. He, along with all the different people who took their exam, was once more brought back to the exam room. We have finished checking your answers and the results are out. The elder who took their exam was back. There are 10 people who passed the test amongst your whole group, the elder said. Only 10. There were over 200 people who took the tests though. That's quite a filter, Ning thought. I will now announce the names of the new volunteer, the elder said, and started speaking out the different names of the new volunteers. Ning waited for his own name to arrive, and it didn't take long. As expected, he easily passed the test. The elders didn't bother telling them how many points they got or anything, however. The ones who didn't pass left dejectedly and vowed to do better, while Ning and the others were made to stay back to give some more information. The elder then told them how volunteering really worked, aside from the medical aspects of it. They would be making no money on their own but would be earning points based on how many patients they are able to treat and to what level. Once enough points are accumulated, they could take one of the 3 exams required to become a physician. If they failed, the next exam would cost half the price. In total, one could get a maximum point of 5 from each patient and required 2,000 points to take the physical exam. I need 400 patients to give me 5 points, or 2,000 patients to give me 1 point just to get a chance to take a single exam. *T, Ning thought. The group of 10 was given a few more information before letting go for the day. Ning returned back to his cottage and decided to sleep for the first time in a while. Tomorrow was a big day. Early in the morning, Ning woke up and went to the Physicians' Guild. The volunteer section had its own entrance to the side, so Ning went there. He had been here before while roaming from the inside, but never from the outside. Whoa, he said in shock when he saw a line of people waiting to get treated. None of the people looked like they were badly injured or had any diseases, and were only here for minor problems. Ning walked in and soon found a room with his name on it. Sigh, we don't get our attendant, hey, he thought as he remembered what was told yesterday. His job was to go in and wait. He wasn't given patients like the different physicians got and could only wait for them to come on their own. Ning waited and waited and waited, but nobody arrived. Finally, his door opened at late noon as a man walked in and saw him. He then turned around to check the name on the board and said, "Sorry, wrong place," and walked out. Ning was left speechless. The rest of the day he got 0 people. Damn, this is hard, he thought. How do I get people, he wondered. He went back to his cottage to think of different ideas. I probably need to be popular if I want to get more, but how, he wondered. I already work for free, so I can't reduce the price. I can't flaunt my knowledge without getting a chance in the first place. Should I promise 1 silver per person who visits me? No, if the guild finds out they may think I'm being unfaithful to the rules. I can't do that. So the only option left for me is to do something that doesn't exist in the guild yet, Ning thought. What doesn't exist yet? Ning thought for a while and tried to come up with new ideas. Finally, brilliance struck him. That's it. System, show me. He asked what he wanted and bought it from the system. New information appeared on his mind as he smiled at the new plan. Haha, this will work for sure, he thought. Then, he started cultivating once more. By now, his body had almost adapted to the chi on the planet and also was 1 step closer to the 7th chi condensation realm. He wasn't far off before he would be able to break through. His body cultivation was also at a similar level and would follow his chi cultivation soon after. As for his mental strength, it was increasing at a decent rate. Not amazing, but not bad either. Early morning, Ning woke up and left his cottage. However, he didn't go to the guild and instead went to the furniture shop to get what he needed. Once he got it, he returned to the volunteer hall. Under the gaze of the different people, Ning walked up to his room. However, instead of entering, he took off the sign with his name on it and started writing something else on top of it. Once he was done writing, he put the sign back in place and walked in. The people were stunned at the random act of one of the volunteers and went in to read what was written. When they did read it, however, they couldn't help but give out a single response. Chapter 111, Back Pain. I think you should read it yourself, the people in the front said. What is it? The people walked forward to read. Ning, volunteer, and massage expert. What? Massage in the Physicians Guild. Is this volunteer a little, in his head? People started wondering just what the hell was going on in here. They even started wondering if this was a prank. Actually, my back has been hurting for a while now, I will go and see what it is all about, one man said in the crowd. What? Are you stupid? If you go back to take your volunteer coupons, you will have to go all the way back of the line. Don't you want to get what you came here fixed first? Another person. Actually, I came for my back pain. If it's solved then I won't have to get another volunteer coupon at all, the man said. Oh, if that's the case then go ahead. Take the risk for all of us, the other person said. The man with back pain slowly went ahead and opened the door to the volunteer's room. Ning was waiting for the first person to arrive. He had already set up the bed he bought from the furniture store this morning and was ready for his first patient or customer. Suddenly, the door opened. Ning quickly turned his head to see a man entering the room. Finally, someone is here, he thought. What can I help you with? Ning asked. Arino.cm. I saw the massage thing back there, and my back has been hurting for quite a while, so I thought, the man said. Ah, yes. I do massages. Please lie down here on the bed, Ning said as he showed the man the new bed he had bought. The man nervously walked up to the bed and stopped, turning around one last time before asking, do I need to, take off my clothes? He couldn't hide his nervousness at all. Your wish, Ning said with a smile. The man decided to take off his robe and showed the upper half of his body, before laying on the bed on his stomach. Ning walked up to the man while flexing his fingers and put all of his fingers on the man's back before asking, are you ready? The man replied in confirmation. Ning spoke nothing else and started his technique, then 10-finger heavenly massage technique. This was a technique he bought from the system for 450 million energy, so it was one of the best massage techniques available to him right now. 5 fingers on the right hand and 5 fingers on the left hand all flew out and hit the man all over his back in specific spots at a specific amount of force. They were never light enough to do nothing but were also never strong enough to hurt. The finger strength was perfect. Ah! The man moaned in pleasure as all the pain and fatigue he was feeling up to now melted just as snowflakes melted in the heat of the summer. The man felt so good that he wanted to just fall asleep right now. This kept on going for a few minutes, and after 5 minutes Ning stopped. Doctor, what happened? The man asked lazily. The treatment is over. Please check if you still have that pain in your back, Ning asked. Oh my god, it's gone. Haha, the pain is gone, the man cried out in happiness. It seems you have been healed. May I ask a rating on the volunteer coupons? Ning asked. Sure, here. 5 points for sure. You are an amazing doctor, the man said in excitement. Haha, thank you for that, Ning said with an amicable smile. On the inside, he was giddy at getting a 5 point so easily. I will come tomorrow too, doctor, the man said and left. Sure come aga wait tomorrow? But I just healed you. Ning said, but the man had already left. Outside. The man walked out with a straight posture and a big smile on his face. Hey brother, wait, come here, someone called him. Oh, it's you. What's up? The man asked. Where are you going? To get another coupon. The other man asked. What? No, I'm going home. I'm done for the day, the man said. What? What about your back pain then? The other man asked. Haha, it's fully healed. You should go to that volunteer too if you have some physical pain. His massages are honestly out of this world, the man said and left. Is he joking or telling the truth? The man didn't understand. Still, he wasn't going to take a risk and go to an unknown volunteer. Roser was one of the most popular volunteers right now and had helped hundreds if not thousands of people. He was the one most people lined up for because they knew that if they went to him, they would definitely be healed. So, the man was lining up for Roser as well. He looked ahead at the line and saw what would essentially be the end of the day. Even when he came so early in the morning, his turn would come late at night. He looked at Ning's open queue and wondered if he should go there as well. His problem was his knees hurting, which wasn't that worse than the previous man, so he deliberated. No, I'm already here. I will stay for Dr. Roser, he thought and stayed in the line. He waited for the entire day for his turn, but in the end, he was missed by a few people. If he had come early, he could have made it. Sigh, tomorrow for sure, he thought and went home. Chapter 112, Patience. Suddenly, he saw someone. Hey! Oi you, he called out. The other man looked back and said in surprise, Oh hey brother, what are you doing here? Didn't you get treated yesterday? No. I was a little late yesterday. What about you? Didn't you say you were already treated? The man asked. Oh yeah. I just brought my wife for the massage and thought I would get one too at the same time, the other man said. What? You are here for the massage and not the treatment? The man asked. The massage is the treatment too. However, even if it wasn't, I would come here every day just to get massaged. Honestly, that was the best 5 minutes of bliss I have ever felt, the other man said. The man looked in shock and was about to ask something when the other man suddenly turned to the side. Oh, Dr. Ning is here, he said and walked up to a woman before following Ning to his room. The man stood there dumbfounded at what had just happened. He waited in line for about 10 minutes, after which the two couples finally came out of the room, both with smiles as big as their own face. What the hell? Is it really that good? He wondered. He turned to the side and looked at the long line of people for Dr. Roser and thought, *ck it, here goes nothing, and limped to Ning's room. Ning was surprised to see the same man from yesterday come back once again, but he wasn't going to complain about it. He simply massaged them as requested and took the 2 5-points coupons with him. Sigh, will others come too? Suddenly, the door opened and a man limped inside. Hello, Dr. Ning. May I come in? He asked. Yes, please come in. What can I help you with? Ning asked. You see, my right leg has been hurting for a while and I heard that you could heal it through massage. Is that true? He asked. I will have to check if the problem lies in your body. If it does, then I can certainly help you, Ning said. Then, he started checking the place where it hurt the most and figured out that it had something to do with a trapped nerve on the man's back. Massage would be useful here. Please, lay on the bed, he said and prepared. The man laid down without taking his clothes, but Ning could easily handle that. Once everything was ready, he used the 10 fingers heavenly massage technique to thoroughly massage the man's body for 5 minutes. He started from the neck and shoulders and went all the way up to the heels. Finally, after 5 minutes, he stopped. What's wrong, doctor? The man asked. He was unable to tell the passing of time and could only come out of what he would call absolute bliss after it had stopped. Oh, the treatment is done. You can get up now, Ning said. Oh, the man said in disappointment and got off the bed. He landed on his good foot and slowly stepped with his hurting one. At first, he thought his mind was playing games when the pain didn't suddenly flare up. But slowly, he realized that he was actually healed. My pain is gone. Ha, ha ha. My pain is gone, doctor. My leg is fine. Thank you, Dr. Ning. The man started to cry after seeing that he could no longer feel the pain anymore. It's okay. You are healed now. Please rate me on your coupon and you can leave, Ning said. The man furiously nodded and gave him a 5-point on the coupon. Ning was happy. Please tell the others about me if you can, thank you, Ning said and saw the man out. He then returned back to his seat and sighed. I got 3 today. That's 2 more than yesterday, he thought. He waited for a while and nobody came, so he decided to just cultivate for the day when suddenly. Knock knock. There was someone at the door. Ning looked and saw a young man at the door and called him in. What can I help you with? He asked. I heard you can treat back pain and leg pain very fast, is that true? The young man asked. If the problem is physical then yes, Ning said. Oh, my back has been hurting for quite a while, can you check it? The person asked. Sure, Ning said and got to work. After 5 minutes, the man stood up with no more back pain. He happily gave 5 points on the coupon and left. Ning was happy and decided to wait for more when another person came in. That was fast. Was he waiting for someone to leave? Ning wondered but didn't say anything. He quickly called the person in and started treating them as well. The man's arm was in pain which he quickly fixed. Afterward, he took the 5 points coupon and let the man leave. As soon as the man left, another man came in. What the? Am I popular now? Ning wondered. He quickly welcomed the incoming patient and started healing them. Once one left, another returned. During the entire day, nearly 100 people came by the time he was done for the day. So, he walked out of the door to see hundreds of people in line. They all got disappointed when they saw him leave. Whoa, so many! Ning was surprised to see the horde of people line up to enter his room. Chapter 113, Too Popular. Today's volunteer work had ended, so he was leaving. He opened the door expecting to see a lot of people, but there weren't that many. That's odd. Why are the people so low in amount all of a sudden? It's been constantly decreasing for the last 5 days, he wondered. At first, he thought that it was a coincidence that people were low, but now, he was sure something was up. So, he finally decided to go check. He hadn't walked much further when he saw a truly massive queue of people. He was surprised that a volunteer had more patience than him. After all, he had been working here for the last 4 years and had been deemed the best for over a year now. Who is this volunteer? He walked a little forward to check. Hey, don't cut lines. Go to the back, someone shouted at him. What? He was a little taken aback. Go bao, wait. Is that you, Dr. Roser? The man suddenly got meek after realizing who he was. Yes. Can you tell me who the volunteer is and why there are so many still lined up for him? Roser asked. Oh, you don't know about Dr. Ning? He is one of the best volunteers here. His massages take care of your body aches at once. Also, he is very fast and only takes around 5 minutes per person. So, everyone is staying here to get a chance to go in, the man said. Massages. A volunteer doing the work of a masseur? Tui, since when did volunteers get so lowly, Roser thought. You guys can go back home. It's already late for today, Roser suggested. Oh no. Dr. Ning stays for 2 extra hours every day. We still have time for 24 more people to get treated, the man said. What? 2 extra hours? Is he trying to kill himself? How did such a person pass the volunteer test? Roser just shook his head and left. The next day was his break, so he only returned the day after. He was in the volunteer hall by 7 in the morning, but there was a long line of people already. However, the thing that surprised him the most was that the queue for him was barely any, while the queue for this newcomer Ning was beyond what he had ever seen. In fact, Ning was actually taking patients away from all the volunteers working. Hey you, what is happening here? Why are so many people here? Roser asked. He wondered if something had changed in the one day he had gone away. Don't you know? Dr. Ning's massages are the best, the man said. That's it. Roser sighed and went to work. He started treating patients at his own pace, but after a while, the patients just stopped coming. What the hell is happening? Roser wondered and got out only to find that almost every single person was lining up for Ning. The ones that came for everyone else had already been checked and left, while Ning's line was only growing longer. Roser saw other volunteers coming out of their room, angry as well. So, he decided to complain to the management. He went around and gathered the different volunteers and went to see the president of the Physician Guild himself. After a while, they all came out happy at a task successfully done and went back to their own rooms waiting for it all to be over. Ning had been happy the past few days. For nearly a week now, he had been continuously getting patients who looked for treatments with massages, so he was getting a solid inflow of 5 points coupons. I already have about 1,000 coupons right now. I just need to do this for 1 more week and I can get one of the exams easily done, he thought as he performed the 10 fingers heavenly massage technique of an old woman who came in complaining about her back pain. He knew that was just bullshit. However, they all just wanted a massage and kept lying about random pains. He had once seen the same man come in twice in a single day. Some were repeated patients as well. But, he didn't care. As long as he was getting a steady supply of coupons he needed to become a physician, he was okay with it. After finishing the massage for the old woman, he sent her out and waited for another patient. A middle-aged man with a bald head walked in. How may I help him? Are you a patient? Ning asked after seeing the man. No, I am not. I am from the management team of the Physicians Guild. May I ask what you are doing here? The man asked Ning. Me? I am treating the people as per usual. They come in here with troubles and leave without it, Ning said. On the inside, however, he was screaming. F***ck. I knew it was going to be good to last forever. They are already here to shut down the thing. Damn it, they couldn't let it go for a week longer? I would have been a step closer to becoming a physician, Ning thought. I heard your services are not entirely what a volunteer should be doing. It seems we heard correctly. Mr. Ning Ruogong, I cannot tell you if what you are doing is wrong or right, that is not my job. You can ask your own moral judgment for that. What is my job is making sure all the volunteers get at least a few patients during the day so that they can do something. As such, I am hereby ordering you to stop all massages services in this establishment aside from for the ones that truly needs it. Chapter 114, Letting of Some Steam. Hey? Doctor, please I need a massage for my arm, the patient said. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. I am no longer allowed to give out massage to people who do not require it. Thank you for coming, please give me your volunteer coupons, Ning asked. F***ck doctor, the man shouted and handed Ning a 1-point coupon. Ning sighed. This had been the norm for the last 3 days since he had to stop the massage services. He had told his patients that there would no longer be any massaging done aside from the ones who truly need it, and that had left a lot of them angry. Some of them had been waiting there for days and suddenly not getting the thing they came for, they started leaving in drove. Some still wished that he could secretly do it for them and went in, but once they were told no, they left feeling angry and bitter. Ning honestly didn't like the atmosphere anymore. Now that he wasn't doing massages, people also stopped coming to him anymore. He waited for 2 more hours and only 3 people came in, where only one had a serious problem, while the other 2 were just looking to get massages. Once they were gone, nobody else came. Ning arrived the next day, hoping to get some more patients than yesterday at least, but even then there were none. The next 2 days were the same. Just an empty day where the patients adamantly denied coming to his place anymore. So, the next day, Ning decided to take a small break. It was his day off, so he went to the forest to hunt some beasts and let off some steam. Night and the beetle were both still in evolution. Night's progress seemed to be going nowhere, but he was patient with it. Just in case, he had also increased Night's beast space to 200 kilograms. On the other hand, the beetle had gone into its cocoon. Ning didn't know when exactly, but very soon, it would come out as an evolved beast. That would be a fun thing to see, Ning thought. His bald head and robes were a clear identity for him, so nobody stopped him when he was walking around the town. Thankfully, nobody looked at him close enough to recognize who he was. He made his way to the forest and went deeper into it. Along the way, he found a few beasts, but with his nearly 7th chi condensation realm cultivation base, those beasts looked very weak, so he went even deeper. Finding anything stronger than a 5th chi condensation realm monster was very hard in the forest even when one walked deep, so instead of going deep towards the center, Ning started walking deeper towards the shores where he doubted people would go regularly. He ran to reach this place and soon, Ning found a beast worth fighting. A little ahead of him, on the tree was a massive coiled and camouflaged python that was staring directly at Ning. If he hadn't randomly seen it, he might have gotten attacked just now. Oh, a tree-fading python, hey. They are quite low on rankings, but I should be careful of their bites, he thought. He quickly checked the cultivation base and realized that it was actually an 8th chi condensation realm monster. Whoa, I thought most of them were dead. Glad to see they're not, Ning thought and brought out his blood-red spear. The python was 2 realms higher than him, so he had to be careful. He was strong, but he didn't know exactly how much. So, he started using the best fighting technique he had with the spear, the revolving spear technique. At the same time, he used the hypnotizing dance, but it barely worked on the python. While Ning was slowly gaining power with his spear, the python was creeping upon him. Once it was close enough, it immediately leaped towards Ning. Ning was ready for the attack and immediately brought around his swinging spear and hit the python right in the jaw. With the slight attack, the python missed Ning and immediately curled back around. But by that time, Ning was already hitting its exposed body with his spear. He spun the spear around, hitting the snake's body with the tip each time around. The spinning motion added energy to it that couldn't otherwise be added normally. Ning saw the python wrap back around and jumped immediately. Suddenly, he also saw the python attacking him with its tail. He easily dodged that too. He landed near the python's lower half and started attacking it too. His anger and frustration at the fact that he could no longer get patients, and even when he did, he only got 1-star coupons, were coming out. He was here to take them all out, and he did. Each hit released his pain and frustration. He had realized by now that he could beat the snake at any moment, but he didn't. Instead, he kept on hitting it all over its body while constantly dodging it. It was never even a fight. In the end, the snake died due to having too many wounds. *CK that wasn't enough, he thought. He needed something better. He walked around looking for different beasts but managed to find none that were worth fighting against. With even 8th chi condensation realm monsters dying with ease, he needed something better. Suddenly, he heard something. "You idiots! We need to find them once more, they ran around here somewhere." As soon as he heard that, Ning's ears perked up and he started smiling. But very soon, that smile turned evil as he turned around to look at the man that was not far from him. Chapter 115, His End. Damn it, where did they go? They were just here, one of his men said. I know, find them quick, he ordered. The 5 attendants and their young master searched around, looking for the monsters, but they still couldn't find them. They had completely lost the monsters. You idiots! We need to find them once more, they ran around here somewhere, he said. He was about to say something else, but then he saw someone standing a little far away from him, with a head with no hairs and a completely evil smile. With all the amicable smile he had seen all around the city, the contradicting look on this healer's face looked akin to a murderer. Who are you? Yasius asked. Ning's smile got even colder as he asked, You don't remember me? The people were a little confused until is that Dr. Ning from the volunteer hall. One of the people recognized. Oh yeah. Now that I look closely, it is, another person said. Yasius was a little confused and was about to say no when he remembered the voice. The voice of the one person that had terrified him the most. He had had nightmares because of this person. He looked at the face more closely, and his eyes started to grow wide. The man next to Yasius was the one that had helped him escape last time and also knew this man quite well. The other 4, however, were quite oblivious as to the current situation. Take the young master and run, the man shouted, surprising anyone in the process. He immediately took out his sword and got ready to fight. Yasius realized what he had to do as well. He threw caution to the wind and started running away as fast as he could. The 4 attendants didn't know what to do but decided to follow the young master as the situation seemed quite dire. Why are we running from Doctor? One of them asked. That is no doctor, you idiots. That man is the murderer that killed my previous attendants, Yasius shouted. Ning watched Yasius run away, but that was fine. They were so deep in the jungle that he could easily kill the man in front of him and catch up to the runaways at any time. You are not getting away this time, the man in front of him shouted. Ah, it seems you are quite unaware of how this is going to go. You see, I am going to kill you, and then I will go kill your young master. That should be the proper consequences for what you guys did last time, no? Ning asked. You monster! You already killed so many of your people, and you are still not done. The man asked. As long as the main culprit is alive, I will not be done, he said. As soon as he was finished, he took out the blood-red spear and went on the offensive. Ning made some simple swings to test the sword but soon realized that it was no spirit artifact like the last man's who he had killed. This was going to be easy and he was getting excited. His eyes got a little red as his lust for killing surfaced. His maniac-like face changed to something completely unrecognizable because of it. The man looked at him scared. He was sure that he would lose against this man, but he stood there to fight. Yasius's father was his benefactor, and he would do anything to protect his child. "Ya!" he shouted and rushed forward to do a swing, but Ning simply dodged and cut his on the side of his arm with a spear. It was only with the tip of the spear so the cut wasn't that big, but it still took away some of the man's fighting ability. "Arg!" he grunted as the left arm holding the sword got a little weaker. The blood ran across his arm until it dripped from his elbow, but he didn't drop the sword. Once again, he charged forward to attack, but Ning simply parried it with his spear and made another similar-sized cut right above the previous cut. He then swung the spear back and slammed the sword that was just parried and bent it in half. The man immediately threw the sword away and tried to take out another sword from his storage bag, but Ning attacked once more, cutting the man's right arm in the process. "Arg!" the man shouted, this time letting go of any sense of reservations as the fear consumed him. He forgot about his gratitude and the need to protect his young master. So, he just turned around and ran. "Sigh, you people are the same," Ning thought and held his spear with one arm, almost as if it were a javelin. He then stretched his arm as far back as he could and threw the spear at the man. The spear left his hand with a sonic boom and in the blink of an eye, pierced through the man's head and stuck to a tree far away. The man fell down to the ground as blood gushed out of the gaping hole in his skull. He was dead. Ning felt no remorse at the scene. He instead started feeling happy, a little too happy at the fact that he managed to kill the man. He walked forward and pulled the spear out of the tree. It was stuck halfway into the tree. He then looked towards the direction Yasius had run to and said, "Teleport me a kilometer in that distance." Ning found himself at a different location suddenly and looked around. He wanted to find the running people, but he didn't have to, they were right there. A little behind Ning, Yasius and the gang looked at the person who had just appeared in front of them with a dripping blood-red spear and immediately started to get scared. Chapter 116, Bloodlust. Yasius left the group of 4 behind and once more ran in a completely different direction. The 4 men were standing there in fear, looking at the doctor in front of them. The bald head with the blood-red spear and a fearsome face did not match what they were used to. Ning didn't bother with 4 and directly teleported on top of Yasius and kicked him on the side of his chest. Yasius flew to the side uncontrollably and fell to the ground after hitting a tree. Ning slowly spun his spear as the blood on it flew to the side. He then started walking once more. Yasius got up and saw him coming closer and looked around for his attendants, but they were far away. In his moment of carelessness, he had left them behind. In desperation, he immediately brought out 4 different beasts from his monster pouch. Aside from the Iron Gorilla and Green Reaper Mantis, he had also managed to tame a flaming-tailed lion and a poison-horned rhino. Ning looked at the 4 beasts and smiled. None of them were above the 5th Chi condensation realm. In fact, even Yasius himself was only at the 6th Chi condensation realm. This is going to be easy, Ning thought and walked forward. The Iron Gorilla rushed forward to attack, but Ning simply used one true spear strike to destroy part of the gorilla's head at once, killing it. The mantis rushed at him with its scythe-like arms and attacked him. Ning simply caught both of the scythes with his bare arms. It cut his palms a little, but not enough to be of any worry. Another one true spear strike and the mantis was dead too. The rhino rushed at him with its horn. Ning didn't budge and instead got lower to dodge the horn but attacked the rhino with his shoulder. The rhino was instead thrown backward and fell on its back. It couldn't get up anymore and started waving its legs in the air, trying to flip back. With its stomach exposed, Ning easily killed the monster. He then used air cutter to cut the rhino's horn from the base and hovered it midair with telekinesis before hitting it hard with his spear. The horn went flying up towards Yasius, but the flaming-tailed lion jumped in to protect him and instead got hit square in the head. The hit wasn't strong enough to kill the lion, but the poison in the rhino's horn was. Purple veins appeared on the lion's forehead as the poison started spreading to its entire body. Soon, the lion was frothing at the mouth and fell to the ground, dead. Now it was just Ning and Yasius. What are you going to do now? Run away again and complain to the elders? Ning mocked him. Please spare me. I will give you whatever you want. My father is very rich and I can give you tons of flying beasts. Why you want money? I can give that to you too. Yasius started bargaining for his life. That is tempting. Although, I'm sure there is something better I can get from you right now, Ning said. What? Yasius asked. Your screams, Ning said with an evil smile and made a cut on Yasius's thighs. Yasius cried out in pain as blood wet his entire thighs within seconds. That's not the sound I wanted to hear, Ning said as he made another cut on top on the same wood at a different angle. Yasius screamed harder. There it is, Ning said. His bloodlust was higher than ever. Swiftly, he made 3 more cuts all over the thighs of Yasius. The sound he made was incredible. RWVEL.O. Ning wasn't sure people could even make a sound so loud. He was reveling in joy when the sound stopped coming. He looked down to see that Yasius had fainted. He got down and slapped his face a few times and woke him up. As soon as he woke up, he cried once more and started to faint again. "Sigh, system, heal him," he said. Suddenly, all wounds on Yasius's body were healed within a matter of seconds. Feeling the pain go away, Yasius looked at his body. What is happening?" he asked. "Nothing, I just healed you," Ning said. Why before Yasius could even finish the sentence, another slice appeared on his body. "Because you fainted." "I wanted to hear more screams," Ning said. Learning what was happening, Yasius fainted once more. "What? Hey, wake up!" Ning slapped him a few more times, but he didn't wake up any longer. "Ck it," he thought and swung his spear right to left, decapitating Yasius in a single swing. Blood spurted out from the headless stump and the body fell down to the ground. "Ah!" He heard screams from somewhere else. Oh yeah, those guys," Ning thought as he looked towards the 4 attendants. He walked over to them and looked at their frightened state. "You people know who I am, don't you?" he asked. "Why yes. You are Dr. Ning, a volunteer from the Physicians Guild. We have stayed in line for your massage too," one of them said. "Oh, you do? Well, that is bad for you. Now that you know who I am, keeping you alive is just more problems for me," he said, and slowly an evil smile appeared on his face. "And no, please don't kill us. We didn't do anything. We are just doing a job, and he is already dead. Please let us go. I promise we won't tell anyone anything. We will just go to another city in the Scattered Isles." The men started begging for their lives. Chapter 117, Regret. Warning. System does not condone violence against the innocents. "Well, I can't help it. They know who I am, so they need to go," Ning said with clear bloodlust in his eyes. The men were still screaming for mercy when Ning rose his spear. Warning. Killing innocents is highly condemned by the system. Sorry system. They gotta go this time. It's nothing personal. Final warning. System forbids kill. Ning didn't listen to anything and in a single sweep of his spear launched a powerful air cutter and killed all 4 people at once. As soon as the bodies dropped, Ning heard another set of notifications. Suddenly, Ning felt like everything went dark. He lost more than half of his senses and what remained were barely enough to make him feel that he could still see and feel things. Emotions started budding up inside him that he hadn't felt since the day after he was woken up from the 164-year slumber and learned that everyone might have died already. Despair and fear flared inside him as he lost all functions of his body and fell to the ground. "No!" He screamed out loud, but no one was there to care for him. "Stop this, system!" he shouted. "Stop it right now!" But there was no answer. "System, answer me!" he screamed out. But once more, there was no answer. Another fear popped up in his heart. The system was gone and he was alone. Just like all of them. "You left me too," he started shouting. "No one stays behind with me. Why, system, why? Where are you? Come back please," he continued shouting. However, no matter how much he screamed in fear and despair, there was no answer to reassure him anymore. No answer to tell him it was okay. No answer to tell him it was all right. The logical part of him knew that just as the system said, it was temporary. After some more time, it would return back. But the fear and despair that were amplified by the system prior to leaving was too much for him to handle. He held his head in his arms and crept into a fetal position. Tears streamed down his eyes as he begged the system to stop all the emotions, but it didn't. The feeling that 4 different people had felt just prior to their deaths, and the feeling of someone else close to him leaving him behind one more time, all of these feelings amplified to the limit was too much for him to handle. He started hyperventilating and soon was shivering. Night came by, yet Ning didn't get a single free moment without the despair. The inner pain of the dead people kept him awake. Monsters came at night trying to eat the corpses. But as soon as they heard Ning's scream, they would run away. The entire night, Ning kept it up until he fell asleep on the cold hard ground at around 4 am. Late morning, he slowly woke up, feeling as though he had just woken up from a bad dream and the aftertaste still remained. The feeling was still very bad, but he ignored it. He stood up and looked around. "System, are you there?" he asked as he looked at his unusual surrounding, and finally laid his eyes on the half-eaten corpses. Despair started forming inside him once again. Now that he had come down from the high of enjoyment he had felt when he killed the people, his true self was showing. Regret was all he could feel. He fell down to his knees as he looked at the 4 dead people whose corpses hadn't even remained intact. "Oh God! I deserve this, don't I? The system leaving me feeling this pain. I deserve it all. Why did I do something like that? Why did I let my anger against that bastard sway my emotions to do this? Since when did I become such a cold-hearted murderer?" He kept asking himself. Guilt and regret nearly ate him from the inside. He dropped his head and banged it onto the ground in front of the 4 dead bodies and started screaming, "I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry!" He banged against the ground multiple times, screaming "I'm sorry" each time. In the end, he simply just cried as he bowed. After a while, he opened his eyes, determined to do something good at least. He took the spear from nearby and started digging the ground. It was in the middle of nowhere, but this was the best he could do right now. He dug them up a grave and buried what little body they had left. After the 4 corpses were gone, he finally checked himself. He was a sorry mess as expected. There was blood all over his clothes, dirt had stuck to the cloth and even gotten onto his skin. He took the spear and walked towards the sea. He walked past the tree where he had killed Yasius and looked at where his body should have been. However, aside from the pool of blood, there was nothing there. Monsters had already gotten to him. However, this brought up absolutely no emotions in Ning. He kept on walking forward until a light appeared from amongst the foliage. He moved aside the trees with his spear and saw the beautiful blue ocean. Chapter 118, Black Bellies. Ning fell into the cold water down below and sunk inside for a while before he started floating upwards. He arrived at the surface and simply floated up there. There were no waves, no fishes, no sound. He closed his eyes and felt the sun hit his face at an angle. Slowly, the cold water washed away all of his negative emotions until only nothing remained. The calmness of his heart was something he hadn't felt before. Finally, he started to really think about what had happened. The system had temporarily left him for 1 year and 4 months, a total of 16 months. Is that 4 months per innocent person I killed? He wondered. However, the answer wouldn't come for a long time. He floated there and thought of the other things that had taken place. He tried to see if it worked, but as expected, he could no longer collect energy at all. System said that I can't use energy-related skills too, right? He thought and tried to check it by using a few. There was no more air cutter coming out from in front of him. No more candle fire lighting up. No more body transfer or parasite. Fortunately, most of the skills use mental energy, he thought. He could still use the different skills he had bought, and the information he had bought also all remained. He put the spear inside his storage and felt himself getting a little lighter on the water. Storage works too, he thought. There was nothing else he could do, so he let the water slowly drift him away. He stayed on the water and let his mind blank out for nearly the whole day. He felt like doing nothing, and so he did nothing. Finally, around late afternoon, he decided it was time to go back. His clothes were completely wet, however, the blood didn't wash away, so he simply took it off and threw it away. He washed himself to get rid of the blood and finally swam back towards the cliff. The cliff was steep and there was no way to normally walk back. However, for Ning it was nothing. He made his fingers into a claw and started clawing into the cliff to make footholds. I should learn how to fly next time, he thought as he started climbing up. Soon, he reached the top and used yin to heat technique to dry himself in the shades. He took out another set of robes and wore it before walking back to the city. He didn't really register how many people he saw during his walk back. He showed his identification at the gate and walked in. It was late, so he went directly to the sect. However, before he reached his cottage, someone stopped him. Ning looked up to see who it was, but he didn't recognize the person. "Can I help you with something?" he asked in a calm manner. "Your name is Ning, right?" the man asked. "Yes. That is me," he said. "Why weren't you at the volunteer hall today?" the man asked. Ning was trying to keep his anger at bay, but the man's questioning started to tick him off. "It's a volunteering place. It's not our work, right? We can leave sometimes." "I needed a day off, so I took it," Ning said. "Okay, that doesn't matter right now. Come with me. We've been searching for you for a few hours already. The patient's situation might get worse if we delay any further," the man said and immediately started walking out. Ning got a little curious now. "A patient?" he asked and started following. "No, multiple ones. They kept coming one after another and the physicians didn't know what to do," the man said. "Physicians couldn't solve a problem. Then why call me? They shouldn't know that I am talented than these physicians, right?" he wondered. "Why me?" he asked. "Honestly, I have no idea. We were just told to search for you immediately, and so we did. We've already wasted so much time, let's hurry." The man was already sprinting and now he started running faster. Ning started to finally understand the severity of the situation. But he still had one more question, so he asked, "Who told you to look for me?" The name that came out of the man's mouth was probably the one he expected the least. "It was Elder Neil," the man said. "Elder Neil? Why would he ask for me? Did he come across something?" Ning thought of a possibility, and the fact that the man said there were multiple patients, he started to get scared. His fear was already amplified by the system, and he thought that the fear he felt of those dead people was gone, but now, a new fear popped up. He soon reached the guild and swiftly made his way to a giant room with a dozen or so people present, where half of them were the patients. Oh no, he was truly scared now. Just as he had expected, the patients were all females with big bellies. However, they weren't pregnant, instead, they had blackish-blue bellies. Just like that one woman for a couple of weeks back, these females had the same problem. But Ning remembered what would happen if he started to cure them. The unique yin qi they possessed was extremely harmful, and if he wasn't careful could destroy his body. He could tell that he was being unreasonable and that he had a cure for himself in the case that any of these things happened, but the amplified fear was not something he could easily suppress. **T. Stupid system. Why did you have to go and amplify fear? Now even the tiniest hint of it messes with me." He finally got a hold of his fear and looked ahead with determination. Chapter 119, Healing. From of them all, he surprisingly recognized all of them. There was the Elder Neil, the first elder, a physician he had worked under a few times, one person from the volunteer exam, another from the management team. And finally, the last person he hadn't expected to see here, or ever at all. Kazir Brouch. Whoa, I haven't seen that man in a long time, he thought. The last time he had seen him was right before entering the Starsight City for the first time. However, Ning didn't say anything and simply bowed to the group in front of them. They were all seniors in front of him and that was appropriate. "Volunteer Ning, I heard that you can help these people," the man from the management asked. "Yes," Ning said. The eyes of everyone in the room perked up. "You can heal them, attendant, volunteer Ning?" the physician asked. "Yes, I am able to," Ning said. Don't worry. I have seen him do it, Elder Neil said. He hated Ning, but even he couldn't deny that he was the perfect man for the job. Can you tell us what is wrong with these people, volunteer Ning? The first elder asked. Ning looked at the girls and said, it's their cultivation method. They cultivate something that gathers this very unique yin qi from what I've recognized, and it somehow gathers around their navel area. He then turned around and started explaining. The yin qi then accumulates and starts bloating them from the inside. The yin qi itself is very dangerous, but because they cultivate the method, I assume it doesn't harm their body to the extent. But if we were to pass the same yin qi to any of us, the qi would start eating us up from the inside, nearly decaying us. I must say, these girls are lucky that it doesn't eat them up, or they would be dead by now. However, for these girls to have it too. Ning trailed off for a few seconds and immediately turned towards the girls before asking, is any one of you from the Eagle sect? The girls looked at each other with a blank faces and started nodding. The elders and physicians there were surprised to see a unanimous affirmation. You girls are all from the Eagle sect? Kazire asked with a weird look on his face. Yes, doctor, they said as they all nodded. He thought of something and asked, when did you girls leave the sect? Left. Ning was surprised that that was the conclusion Kazire reached without any hints. A few months ago, 3 months ago, 4 months ago. Similar answers came from all around. Amitabha. Just what is that woman doing? Kazire said in a low voice, but everyone managed to hear it. Ning didn't understand what that meant, but he didn't let that bother him. Can I heal them now? He asked. Sure, but how will you do it? The first elder asked. Yeah, volunteer Ning, you didn't tell me how last time either, Elder Neil said. Ning thought for a second. He couldn't tell them about the yin conversion techniques. Even if he could, they wouldn't be able to learn it, so it would be useless. So, the only thing he could do right now explained it vaguely. As I said previously, all that is the yin qi gathered in there. As long as you can take it out through some method, you can heal them. I have one that only I can use, but you guys will have to look for your own. Ning then called one of the girls forward and started using the yin to sound conversion technique. It took some time, but he managed to pull the yin out of her body. However, he didn't immediately let go of the buzzing. Everyone else was already wincing at the loud sound. Even Elder Neil, who knew what was coming, couldn't help it. Seeing the bloated blackish-blue belly go back to being flat again, the elders were surprised. Ning thought of immediately going to the next woman, but remembered how bad the yin qi was. If he let it accumulate, he didn't know if he could handle it at that point. So, he started dancing once more. Elder Neil was a little surprised this time. The last time he had danced, he thought that the kid was mocking him, however this time, in front of all of these elders, he wouldn't dare do that. Just what is that kid doing, he wondered. Suddenly, the sound disappeared. Ning danced for a little while longer before stopping. Phew! He took a deep breath in and out. Damn, that was harder than I remembered. Did this girl have more yin qi than the last one, he wondered. Volunteer Ning, are you okay? The first elder asked. Yes, I'm okay. That was a little harder than I had expected, but I'm fine now, he said. What exactly did you do just now? They asked. Oh, you see, while I took away the yin qi, it was still with me and would attack me as soon as I let go, so I had to use a technique to erase it from my body, Ning said. I will continue curing the other ladies too if that is okay with you all, Ning said. Of course. Please, go ahead, Kazire said. Ning continued the same thing. He would take the yin qi away from the ladies and then dance for a bit to destroy the yin qi. The elders and physicians watched with fascination at what was happening in front of them. After a little while, Ning managed to heal all the ladies and they left. Chapter 120, New Disease. Ning was now a volunteer in the volunteer hall with some notes. Ever since the time when he cured the different women with the blackish-blue bellies, he had been regularly sent about 2 to 3 women a week. The number had decreased lately and he barely got one a week. Even so, the people outside could see a big-bellied woman walking in and a flat-bellied woman walking out. This had caused the interest of the patients to catch on to Ning. While they hadn't forgotten about the fact that he stopped doing those heavenly massages, they were still willing to visit him in case of a serious issue if the other volunteers were a little bit busy. Added on to the fact that there were people who needed actual massages to heal themselves, Ning had started having a small, but regular amount of visitors. Yes, as long as you boil some water and use a clean towel to soak the steam and put it onto your swollen area, you will be healed in no time, Ning told his patient. Is that so? Thank you, doctor. The woman in her 50s handed him a coupon and left. 4 points. Hey, that's not bad, Ning thought. He opened the box that kept the coupons and checked it. He had kept track of the amount and the amount he currently had was about 2016. I can take one of the 3 tests during the next exam date, Ning thought. I wonder which one I should take. There were 3 different exams to become a physician. The first one had to do with the patients. The exam was to see if patients could recognize what injuries, or diseases, or just simple problems the patients had. Accurately identifying the problem was a necessary thing when one wanted to search for solutions. The second exam had to do with the solutions to the injuries. The people who came to see the physicians were those who couldn't be healed by the volunteers. Meaning, they needed some form of treatment or medication. It was the physician's job to identify what medication or treatment was necessary to treat the patient. The third and last one was perhaps the most simple of the 3. It had to do with recognizing the ingredients that take part in making medicines. There were way too many ingredients that made the medicines, and remember which is which was very important. As such, only after completing these 3 exams with remarkable results could one truly be a physician. Maybe I should start with the ingredients. Since it's the easiest and not even the elder Neil can F***ck with me in the questions, Ning thought to himself. Now that he couldn't leave to go anywhere he wanted, he was stuck there for the next year and 2 months. Once again, a period of boredom came to Ning's room. No patients arrived at all for the next 2 hours, so he started cultivating midday. It had been a norm for him now. Ever since the system had left him, he had started to cultivate normally whenever he got the chance to get stronger than he was now. During the last 2 months, his chi cultivation had gone up by a single level and his body cultivation had gone up by 2 levels. For some reason, even after fully adapting to the chi around him, it was still hard to break through when he hit a bottleneck. For body cultivation, however, there was no such thing as a bottleneck. It was just one continuous stream of cultivation from start to finish. So, his body cultivation was now at level 8 while his chi was in the 7th chi condensation realm. Still, he was quite close to the 8th chi condensation realm. He could already feel the bottleneck incoming. He cultivated all day that day and nobody came looking for him. So, when it was time to leave, he stopped cultivation and stood up. Suddenly, somebody walked into the room. Ning turned around to see that it was a young woman. Are you leaving? The woman asked as soon as she saw him out of his seat. Yes, I was just abo. Ning stopped when he saw the woman's body. Specks of black dots were all over the woman's skin. Ning immediately walked close to the woman and checked the skin. The black dots were very unusual. It seemed like they had a pattern to them and were mostly equidistant away from each other. Only in rare cases were there more than one at the same spot. What is this? He wondered. I think I got sunburned or something. Can it be healed quickly, doctor? The woman asked. Ning had no answer, but he knew it was no sunburn. Can you tell me when this occurred or how this could have happened? Ning asked. I don't know. This suddenly started appearing on my body today morning. It wasn't a lot and I thought it would go away at first, but it flared this afternoon and reached this level. So, I came here as soon as I was off work, the woman explained. I see, Ning said as he looked at the black dots more carefully. There were hundreds of types of black dots that could appear, and he knew that. Now, he had to figure out which one it was. Can you show me more skin? I need to confirm it's everywhere, Ning said. The girl blushed a little and nodded before lifting her robes to show her skin that was riddled with black spots everywhere. Ning was beyond confused as to what exactly was going on. How are her hands so full of black dots? I need more information. Did you eat or touch anything funny? Ning asked. No, not really. Just the regular food at the restaurant where I work, the girl said. I see. Then what about? Doctor. The girl screamed. What? What's wrong? Ning was surprised. The girl pointed at him and said, your hands. Ning looked down at his hands and nearly lost a heartbeat when he saw that his fingers started to have black spots too. Chapter 121, Calming the Crowd. *T, this is contagious, he thought. However, that had helped him narrow things down a lot more. He looked at his fingers and tried to find out if he could feel anything, but either fortunately or unfortunately, there were no sensations. That narrowed a lot more. There were only 4 possibilities left in his mind now. So it's either the fat-killing plague or... Ah! Suddenly, screams appeared from outside. Ning immediately walked out to check what was happening. When he finally saw the scene in front of him, he was beyond terrified. In front of him were hundreds of different people who all had different amounts of black spots all over them. Men, women, children, the disease made no distinctions. Ning looked to the side and saw a fat person with a black spot all over him. So, no, the fat-killing plague. The possibilities were down by 1. He looked around to find other peoples that could help him get more answers. He saw a blonde person amongst the crowd who had a considerable amount of black spots. Not the disease that attacks bases on melanin levels in the hair either. What about the skin? He wondered as he looked at another person with very dark skin. Even those people had darker spots all over them. Ning looked down at his own hands and noticed that the black dots had extended up to his elbow. Damn, that is fast, he thought. So, if it's not that then... As he was thinking, he caught sight of a young teenage girl with absolutely no black spots on her skin. She was standing still in the crowd, clearly terrified of what was happening, yet it not happening to herself. Ning ran up to her and asked, "Hey miss, you mind if I check something?" he asked. The terrified girl looked at Ning and saw that he was a volunteer and quickly nodded. He placed his palms on her back and used the yin to sound conversion technique. Immediately, a loud sound appeared from where he touched the little girl. As I thought, it's that one. Ning removed his hands and told the girl, "Close your ears." As soon as the girl closed her ears, Ning took a big breath and screamed, "Everyone! Calm down! There is nothing wrong with you." Some people stopped and looked at Ning. Hearing a volunteer say that nothing was wrong was quite a relief. But most people still screamed and ran away. Ning screamed a few more times, using all of his cultivation base to scream at the top of his lungs, yet only a few stopped. He cried out a few more times, but nobody really listened. They ran around like a chicken without its head, screaming that they were going to die now. Ning was out of breath and the people were just too many to say anything to. "Everyone stop running. It's okay, stop running. Stop causing problems." Suddenly, Ning heard a few others scream as well. He turned around to see that the other volunteer was speaking up in his stead. Ning too joined and soon, everyone was calmed down. "Please, you have nothing to worry about. These black spots will go away on their own in about a month. You do not have to worry about them at all," Ning told them once they all calmed down. "Please return home in a calm manner and tell everyone you meet the same thing. They have nothing to worry about, and that it will go away on its own in a month," Ning said. Slowly, the people started leaving the place and soon nobody except for the volunteers were there. Good job, Volunteer Ning. You took care of the chaos very well, Roser came and said. Thank you brother Roser, Ning said. Ning looked back on the open door in his room and saw that the girl had also already left. Be brother Ning, your face, Roser said. Oh yeah, I have the thing. You guys will have it soon too, Ning said. What? Can't we prevent it? One of the volunteers said. Oh god, I don't want to fall ill, another one said. Hey? Didn't you guys listen to what I just said? It will go away on its own in a month. It's not a problem at all, Ning said. What? You were telling the truth. The volunteer was pretty surprised at the fact that he wasn't lying. You guys helped me not knowing it was the truth. Ning asked. It's our job to control the crowd. So I thought that was what you were doing in the first place. Wow, I didn't know that you actually knew what the problem was, Roser said. Brother Ning, if you really know what happened then you should report this to the guild so that they know what to do in the case of people coming again, Roser said. Ning nodded and decided to do just that. He walked over to the registration hall and let the reception know what had happened. The guy at the reception was shocked. He immediately called someone and a girl walked out from inside. We already have enough patients in there, why are you calling me here? Michaela said as she got out. Sister Michaela, Volunteer Ning here says that he had something to relay to the guild regarding the new disease, the man at the registration said. Michaela was a little shocked and looked at Ning as she asked, you know how to fix the new disease? Something like that. I have information that the elders and physicians might not, Ning said. Michaela contemplated for a bit, but in the end, Ning was a volunteer, which was enough for her to not deny his request. Chapter 122, Yang Festering Bugs. Ah, you are the volunteer with the weird dances, she said as she finally remembered who he was. Weird dances. Ning was a little confused as to what she meant. Yeah, I heard you do weird dances every time you healed one of the pregnant-looking women, Michaela said. Ah, that's not a dance. It's a technique, but yeah, that is me, Ning said. I'm surprised neither the granddaughter nor the grandfather remembers me after I shaved my head. I must have been a blimp in their otherwise massive radar, he thought. Along the way, he could hear sounds of panicking from each of the rooms in the hall. Soon, she took him to a room where her master resided. Master, Volunteer Ning is here and he says that he has some information about the black disease, Michaela said. Oh, Volunteer Ning. Please, come on in. I can certainly use your help this time, the first elder said as soon as he saw Ning. Ning walked into the room and saw a bunch of people standing in front of him, all with the same black spots. I see. They must have directly come here instead of the volunteer hall. So, they don't know anything. You have information, Volunteer Ning, the first elder asked. Yes, First of all, he said as he turned to the people and said, you guys can go home. There is nothing to worry about. These are simple black spots and don't do any harm to the person at all. They will also slowly disappear in a month. You can rest assured. Also, please relay the same information to anyone panicking. They have nothing to worry about, Ning said. The people didn't know what to do. They knew he was a volunteer, but having a physician's word was much better. The first elder saw the atmosphere and immediately spoke, Volunteer Ning is an excellent doctor. You can take his words as the truths. The people were finally relieved and left the room. The first elder turned towards him and asked, was that true, or did you lie to make them feel safe for now? That was the truth. There is nothing to worry about, Ning said. Can you explain why? The first elder asked. I think it will be better if I explain to everyone at once, Ning said. True. Michaela, go and tell the other physicians to relay the same information as what Volunteer Ning just said, the first elder said. Michaela was a little surprised at how quickly her master came to accept the words of a volunteer that hadn't even told them anything. Are you sure, master? Volunteer Ning may know what is happening, but on the off chance, shouldn't we? It doesn't matter right now. Even if Volunteer Ning is completely wrong in his analysis, we still need to control the panicking crowd. Just go and relay the information for now, and tell every volunteer and physician to meet in the learning hall, the first elder said. Yes, master. Michaela quickly said and relayed the information. The loud noises in the physician's hall were finally silenced once the people started to get relieved and left. Ning and the first elder made their way to the learning hall. I really hope you know what you are doing, Volunteer Ning. A lot of people's lives are at risk, the first elder said. Don't worry, first elder. I wouldn't make such a mistake with my own life at risk, he said as he showed the first elder his hands with black spots all over it. I see, the first elder seemed to be a little more relieved. Soon, people started gathering in the lecture place of the learning hall, and Ning stood on top of the stage. He took a look at the hundreds of people standing in front of him and remembered the times when he taught the villagers in Clovis how to read and write. I hope I can see them again. Hopefully, most of them are alive, he thought. However, he quickly pushed away from the thought as now was not the time. The top physicians were all on the stage, waiting for Ning's explanation, while the others were all sitting in chairs in the audience. Volunteer Ning, now that everyone is here, maybe you should start explaining to us what is happening. As far as I know, not a single physician or volunteer here knows what is going on, the first elder said. Yes, Ning said and started explaining. These black spots are not an infection or disease or simple illnesses. They are instead bugs, Ning said. What? Bugs? Did he say bug? How did bugs get inside my skin? I have never heard of such bugs. Please immediately started to talk amongst themselves. Yes, they are bugs. They are called the yang festering bugs. They are incredibly small. So small that multiple of them can go into your body through a single pore in your skin. They get into your body and start eating the yang energy inside of your body. Once they are full after eating, they reproduce and give birth to more yang festering bugs, while the ones that got full themselves die. Those dead bugs are what you see on the skin as the black spots. In fact, if you were to cut open my hands right now, you will see the black spot all the way to my bones and organs, Ning said. The volunteers and even the veteran physicians were surprised at the explanation. Not a single one of them had heard about the yang festering bugs ever. They didn't know whether Ning was telling the truth or making stuff up. Kazire stood up and asked, Volunteer Ning, are you saying that all of this panic was caused by bugs? Yes, Ning said. Chapter 123, Accusa. Oh, Mist Origin Sect Hui. Does that mean that these bugs can be tamed? Kazire asked. Ning understood what this meant. If he told them that it was possible, then it would imply that Mist Origin Sect was probably behind this all. However, he didn't have any good feelings about the Mist Origin Sect, so he would happily tell the truth right now. Yes, they can be tamed. The process is a little hard, and cannot be done by anyone in the Qi condensation realm. You have to tame a lot of these minuscule bugs at once, so you need to have at least the divine sense to do that. So, only a foundation establishment realm or higher cultivator could possibly tame this, Ning said. Oh, and does the cultivator need to control the bugs to transfer them between humans? Kazire asked. No, they transfer through any medium. Food, water, air, touch. Once they are let loose, they will go into any person, eat their yang, reproduce and spread again. These bugs, however, are not harmful at all. They just eat your yang and cause no other problems. They can't reproduce continuously either without being able to not reproduce again after a while. They need some time in between to grow, which they don't get at all because they love eating yang so much. So, in the end, they start to die in a month after eating too much and reproducing too fast. So, we don't have to worry about them at all, Ning said. The volunteers and physicians nodded when they heard Ning's answer. If what he said was true, then aside from the complications that some people might suffer from lack of yang in their body, there were no other problems to worry about. What about the black spots? Do they go away? Someone asked from the crowds. The black spots are just clumps of dead bugs. Your body will both decompose them and push it out on its own within a month, Ning said. I see, then we truly have nothing to care about, Kazire said. However, is there any other way these, yang festering bugs could have gotten into the city? Ning thought for a bit and looked into both the medical and beast knowledge he had and said, yang festering bugs cannot survive in the open environment as they would always latch onto a living being to eat the yang energy. So they always die off. The only way for them to live is if someone caught them in a ceramic or glass jar where no light could pass through, that way they don't get to eat yang a lot and don't constantly reproduce enough to simply die off. Only then can they truly survive for long, Ning said. I see. So, what you are saying is, there is a culprit behind this, Kazire asked. Ning did not hesitate at all as he said, it would seem so. I see, Kazire thought to himself. Is there anything else you want to say, or are you done with the explanation? Yes, stay in the sun and don't stay indoors if possible. The more yang they get to eat, the faster they will die off, Ning said. Yes. That is a good idea. Everyone, you heard him. Go and tell the people in the city exactly this and that they have nothing to worry about. Still, tell them to come to see the physician just in case they have some problem. You are all dismissed, Kazire said. Once the people left, Kazire called Ning and said, you said that one needs to be a remarkable tamer for this to work, right? Let us go and see Akusa, he might know something. Akusa, that's the sect leader of Mist Origin sect, right? Does he suspect the sect leader to be behind this? Ning wondered. Yes, Ning said and walked out with Kazire. The evening had already turned to night. Kazire and Ning walked amongst the crowded road as there were still people screaming all around them, but it was nowhere near what would have happened if the Physicians' Guild didn't immediately send out people to explain the situation to the masses. Kazire and Ning reached the gate and the guards did nothing whatsoever to ask for his identity. He must be really well known. I wonder what his status is in the guild, Ning wondered. The first elder was the head of the guild, so it couldn't be Kazire, and the sect leader of the pure cleansing sect had some different name, so he wasn't that either. Soon, they reached the Mist Origin sect where they were let into the sect and taken directly to the sect leader. Kazire and Ning walked in to see the sect leader sitting on a chair behind the desk. The sect leader, Akusa, was a buffed man who was clean-shaven and has a head full of white hair. There was a multicolored bird on his shoulder, whose eyes gleamed with hints of intelligence in them. Whoa, a rainbow phoenix, Ning said in shock. A rainbow phoenix was a beast that had hints of blood in them from an actual phoenix. They were quite rare, even in the large forests in the central continent. What brings a man like Kazire Brouch to my doorstep? The sect leader asked while sitting cross-armed with his feet on top of the desk. He looked quite arrogant from his act. I wonder if you know what is going on in the city, Kazire asked. Chapter 124, Fire. This? Isn't that your job to tell me? You are the physician here, Akusa said. Under normal circumstances, yes. But I will have to insist on you answering the question this time, Kazire said. Must be something serious then. Let's see. I'm poisoned? Doesn't feel like it though. Cursed maybe, although I doubt it. Maybe it's an illness that makes me grow old. Honestly, I have no idea. Just cut to the chase and tell me, Akusa said with a hint of impatience. Interesting. I would have assumed you to make some lies, but it seems you truly are unaware, Kazire said. Just get to the point, old man. I don't have time to waste with you, Akusa said. Kazire nodded and looked at Ning once before turning back to ask, have you heard about something called the yang festering bugs? Yang festering bugs? What's that? I've never heard of any bulletin. Wait, Akusa suddenly stopped mid-sentence and stood up. The rainbow phoenix was startled and flew away, and perched on top of a hanging swing. Akusa quickly walked over to a closet and after doing a bunch of random things, opened the door and took out a single book. He quickly flipped to a part of the book and said, yes, here it is. Yang festering bugs. Love to eat yang, dies after reproducing, leaves black spots all over the body. Ah, so that is what is happening to me. Hey. Haha, and here I thought I was going to die. It's just a bunch of bugs. Akusa seemed to be absolutely unafraid of these bugs. Kazire got curious and asked, you seem to be relieved after learning the name. What happened? Oh, it's a harmless bug, or so the book says. So there is no need to worry, Akusa said. So, now that you know it's harmless, will you guys please go back to your section? I'm afraid that is impossible, Akusa. We already knew that information. We came for something else, Kazire said. Oh, what is it that you're looking for then? Akusa asked as he went and sat down on his desk. The rainbow phoenix flew back and perched on top of his shoulder. The culprit, Akusa. I came here hoping you would know who it was, Kazire asked. The culprit? You say like there had been a crime committed here, Akusa asked. Of course. You should know that yang festering bugs cannot live and transfer on their own from fly away. They usually die off within a month. Meaning that someone tamed the bugs and let it loose in the city, Kazire said. What? Akusa said in surprise and quickly read the book in his hand once again. My book says no such thing, he said as he read it again. Kazire was a little surprised and looked at Ning with an inspecting eye. Wait, you are right about it dying very quick though. This means there is definitely a culprit here. But even so, I can't help you. I don't even know where one would find such bugs in the first place, Akusa. According to my friend here, the bugs can only be tamed by someone in the Foundation establishment realm, and your sect being the only ones with the myriad knowledge in taming in this city, I came here hoping you would tell me who it was, Kazire said. What? Akusa finally took his eyes off the old man and looked at Ning. Who are you? Do you know more than us regarding the bugs? He asked. The question had a bit of threat behind it, however, Ning didn't back down. Yes, I do know a bit about the bugs, and it is absolutely true that someone let them into the city on purpose, Ning said. Can't it be that someone had the bugs in them and they traveled here? Akusa asked. That is a possibility, but that won't explain how every single person in the city all got the bugs at once, Ning said. That's true, Akusa said and then turned towards Kazire before saying, which that is true, it's still a truth that I have no idea who did it. And if someone from my sect did it, it would have started in our sect. Besides, what's the problem with spreading a few harmless bugs? All it does is create panic. Try asking your staff and seeing if someone knows anything. You won't always have all the information, Kazire said. The two started arguing and Ning fell into thought. Something Akusa had said had made him consider everything once again. He is correct. Aside from a few problems here and there, these bugs do nothing but cause panic. So, what's the purpose of this person? Just to terrify people for a laugh? Can't be. The attack was too coordinated to be just for trolling. Coordinated. Ning's eyes went wide. Mr. Kazire. I think there are multiple culprits, Ning said. What? Kazire and Akusa both stopped. The disease was spread everywhere at once. I don't think that is possible with a single person doing that. It has to be a group of people working together. They must have gone everywhere and spread the bugs at once, Ning said. They both thought for a bit, and Akusa said, see, the boy says there are multiple people. We did not do this. Also, we are not the only ones who can tame. Everyone with the right tools can tame any beasts. Kid, what do you think is the reason for this? Will they get anything out of this? Akusa asked. Ning had no answer. His mind still couldn't fathom why people will go so far as to do something that has no positive or negative consequences. All it does is eat yang and die. What can such a bug cause? Ning thought but couldn't come up with an answer. I don't know. Bam! The door to the room slammed open. Master A Man shouted as he came in with a rush. Somebody better be dying for you to come in here and interrupt my meeting, boy, Akusa said. The boy's face was pale as a paper and he said, "They." Chapter 125, Decay. What did you say, Hugo? The city is on fire. Akusa asked in surprise. Yes, Master. Please come out. We need to go and help, Hugo said and quickly walked out. The three of them quickly followed the man and walked out of the building. Far away in the distance, a reddish-orange hue could be seen in the night as the smoke reached the sky. The city was fully on fire. What is happening? Hugo, go call every elder and disciple and tell them to go assist the city in controlling the fire, Akusa ordered. Volunteer Ning, I will rush forward, please come as soon as you can, Kazire said and immediately flew away. Ning was a little panicked when he saw the city on fire too. Is it the same group of people, he thought. Fire. Are they trying to cause another panic? Or is this fire just a consequence of what is happening? Ning stopped thinking about such a thing and started running. His 7th Qi condensation realm cultivation base and 8th level body cultivation together made him really strong and thus he could also run very fast. From time to time, he would send out bursts of Qi behind him to propel himself forward. He still hadn't learned how to fly but had gotten far enough to know that you manipulated Qi to push you up and around. He still wasn't used to doing that, so the best he could do right now. Fortunately, that was all that was needed. Ning didn't bother running all the way to the city gate. That was too far away. So, he simply ran towards the wall and jumped. A massive amount of Qi propelled him from behind and sent him flying up very high. From a single jump, he nearly crossed half the wall. He immediately opened up his fingers and turned them into hard claws. Bang! He dug his fingers into the wall and stuck there. He got his body as low as possible while hanging and once more pulled himself up with a massive force, jumping quite high. His Qi propelled him too. Within 3 such maneuvers, he reached the top of the wall. Usually, there would be soldiers staying here, guarding the city and enforcing the no-fly law. But right now, there was nobody here. Ning looked at the cityscape from up high. Flames engulfed much of the city. The cries of death and despair rung about everywhere. Men, women, children, animals, Ning could hear the cries of everything in the city from up here. This was truly a terrifying sight to see. Fear and despair once again started budding up inside Ning. The curse that the system had left him with hadn't gone away. However, Ning had felt this plenty of times before and learned to ignore it pretty easily. He heard a sound from right below the wall. He quickly looked down to see someone attacking a woman. The woman tried to run away, but the attacker kept on coming after her. Ning swiftly jumped from the wall and used Qi to slightly deviate his course of fall just enough so that he fell directly on top of the attacker below. The attacker's body got crushed as Ning landed on top of his shoulders. However, no blood flowed from the man's body. No! You killed him, the woman cried out. Hey! Ning was surprised. You killed my husband! The woman shouted. **T, he was clearly attacking her, why is she angry at me? Also, why would her own husband be attacking her in this chaos? Ning couldn't understand the situation at all. Miss, he was attacking you. I saved you, he said. But that's my husband. The woman's eyes went wide as she looked behind Ning. Ning also slowly turned after realizing that something was happening. The crushed body of the husband was slowly getting back up, with its arms and shoulders all disfigured. Ning could feel no cultivation base, so he was surprised. How is he alive? He wondered. The husband spoke out despite being so broken. Ning couldn't believe that the husband was not only standing but shouting too. Boom! An explosion rang out in the distance, giving out a huge ball of flames that flew up into the sky, and in that flame's light, Ning finally saw the husband's body. His entire body was full of black spots, just like everyone else. However, his skins were incredibly wrinkly and it seemed that he had lost most of his hair. His eyes didn't even blink, and the most shocking part was that the husband wasn't breathing at all. Ning quickly checked the husband's cultivation and saw that he was indeed immortal. How is a mortal alive and shouting without breathing? Also, what is wrong with his body? Ning wondered if it was the side effect of the yang festering bugs, but they were truly harmless, so it couldn't be them. Wait a moment, Ning thought as a possibility came into his mind. He immediately walked forward and put his palms on the man's chest. He waited for a few seconds to feel his beating heart, but there was none. The man's heart was not beating at all. He truly is dead. The fact that he is even walking and talking as a corpse means he is a zombie. Ning said in surprise. He was immediately reminded of the movies he watched back in the orphanage. Those slow-moving, infected, dead people that attacked anything that moved. Roar! The zombie walked forward towards him. Honey! The woman ran past him towards her husband. Ning immediately caught her arm and pulled her back, barely missing the zombie's attack. He then moved forward and used the fanged claw technique to blow away the zombie's head, immediately immobilizing it. Miss, get back! Your husband is already dead. He is now AOW, he felt intense from his right arm. He immediately pulled it out in front of him and saw that his arm was decaying and wrinkling. Chapter 126, The 4 Questions. However, he quickly erased the emotion from himself and started thinking logically. What is this? How did I get this? Why did I get this? He asked the fundamental questions to any medical procedure. What is this? He tried to think. His decrepit hand was the same as the zombie in front of him. All the way up to the decay and wrinkles. It was also very slowly moving up his arm and hurt like a B***tch. The visuals and pain of his arms reminded him of something. The unique yin qi. This was the same feeling Ning got every time he took the unique yin qi from the different women and cleared it away. The last 2 months, he had cured dozens of women and knew exactly how it looked and felt. So, in conclusion, the answer to his first question was that it was the unique yin qi. It was traveling up his hand, practically rotting everything in the way. How did I get this? The unique yin qi was not with him when he had first arrived. Ning turned back to look at the woman once more and see if she could have been the cause of this, like all the previous women. However, she had nothing on her, either big bellies or the rotting body to prove that she was the cause. So, Ning came to the conclusion that it was from the man in front of him. As for how exactly it could have happened, he had a good idea. He had touched the zombie to check his heartbeat, and at that time, it had transferred the unique yin qi to him. So, the answer to the second question was that it had transferred through touch. The woman hadn't been touched by the zombie yet, so it was further proof. Why did I get this? This was what puzzled Ning the most. The unique yin qi was something he was used to working with by now. So, he had experimented with it quite a few times too. He had made a discovery that unless the amount of the yin qi was massive like when it came out of those women's belly, one's body had a natural barrier to keep it away. Without a massive amount, the qi should have never entered his body. Yet, he could tell how little yin qi there was in his arm right now, and here it was wreaking havoc despite it. This could only mean that there was either something unusual with the yin qi right now, or there was something unusual with his body. Ning's eyes went wide. Yang festering bugs, he shouted in surprise. That was the only thing different with him. He had the yang festering bugs. In fact, Ning's face drained in color as he realized what was happening. The entire city has it. If they come into contact with the yin qi, everyone in the city will become a zombie, he said under his breath. The answer to the third question was that he got it because of his lack of yang, which would naturally protect one's body from this small amount of yin qi. This is a coordinated attack. Whoever spread the bugs knew that would be enough to not only create panic but also make a vulnerable crowd that could become a zombie. This was a nasty ploy by someone. But who? One has to have a high level of cultivation base to even tame the beasts in the first place. So it can't be just anyone ordinary, Ning thought. There was also the problem of the yin qi. Only the women with big bellies could produce them as far as he knew, and he had cured all of them. Wait, no. Not all of them. These girls weren't just the ones who cultivated the technique. The real source of the cultivation technique, where majority cultivated this technique, was Eagle Sect. The rundown sect looked like nobody took care of it, but had disciples on the inside. Ning had been curious about the sect for quite a while but didn't bother with it much because of its looks. High-level cultivators, and source of yin qi. It fit perfectly. Feebom. Both Kazire and Ning had mistakenly believed the Mist Origin sect to be the one behind the attack, or at least someone from the Mist Origin sect was. However, it turned out, it was actually the bizarre and mysterious Eagle sect. What is happening? Why are they attacking the city and the innocents? Ning wondered. However, he couldn't think of anything. At first, he had assumed that it had to be something like why he killed those innocent people, to hide something from everyone. However, if everyone knew something so important, then he would too, and he knew nothing. There must be another agenda here, he thought. The woman had started crying at some point. Ning couldn't do anything about that. Even if he had the system, he couldn't bring back her husband who was already dead. The only thing I can do right now is doing what I have been doing for the last few months. He had come up with the answers to the what, how, and why questions. So, he was naturally going to ask the next question in the sequence. A question that every physician asked themselves. How am I going to fix this? A small buzzing sound appeared out of nowhere. The rotting, decrepit hand was slowly reverting back to its former self as the sound kept on stacking on top of each other, slowly growing louder. He had used yin to sound conversion technique. He walked up to the lady and the corpse and touched them both as yin qi left their body and increased the sound coming from him. Chapter 127, Fight. Very soon, he came across a problem. It was nighttime and natural yin qi was everywhere. He couldn't separate yin qi from the unique yin qi. So every once in a while, he would stop the technique. The natural yin qi would disappear in the atmosphere, while the unique yin qi would just attack his body, rotting it very fast. He would have to run away each time and gather the unique yin qi even further. This should be enough, he thought as he started the sun god's morning cleansing technique. Soon, the unique yin qi was destroyed. Once it was gone, he started going to a different place and doing it again. He didn't know any other way to remove this unique yin qi, so he didn't even bother trying to do anything other than help the people right now. The fire had gotten under control a bit, but the number of zombies were increasing. Everywhere he went, he shouted at people to not touch the dead. The information was slowly being spread around, but that wasn't enough. It won't be enough until the people behind this are taken care of, Ning thought. Ning had started from the outer circle of the city, so it was taking him time to get towards the center. It was taking him even longer because he was helping people along the way. He barely reached the outer circle of the inner city when he was done with using the sun god's morning cleansing technique for the 7th time. He looked around at the death and destruction. This was just too much. People were running around, screaming as dozens of zombies followed behind them. The enemy gets stronger the longer we keep this up, Ning thought. Bam! A house next to him was brought down as a man was thrown through it. Ning immediately ran towards the man after seeing that he was part of the pure cleansing sect. Brother, are you okay? Ning asked while checking for any injuries or bleeding. Erg. I'm fine. She's just too strong for me, the man said as he got up. Haha, you cannot beat me. Just give up and become my servant, a voice spoke from beyond the dust and smoke where the house had just fallen from. Ning turned around to see a woman walk out of it. The woman had an evil smile and a head full of unkempt hair. However, the thing that caught Ning's eyes was the slightly blue skin. It made her seem like she wasn't human, or if she was, she had just come out of the refrigerator. Like hell, I will, the man stood as he held her staff in front of her. However, Ning could see that the man was clearly scared. Just how strong is she? Ning wondered and silently checked the lady. 7th Chi Condensation Realm. That's not very strong. I'm stronger than her, Ning thought. He then turned to look at the man to see if he was weaker than the woman. 7th Chi Condensation Realm. What? Ning was surprised. How is someone is the same cultivation base stronger than the other? Does she have higher body cultivation? Ning silently checked, but neither had body cultivation. Hiya! The man shouted as he ran forward and swung his staff horizontally. The woman stepped back and swung her sword as well. The man had the range, but the woman had the speed. She started closing the gap quickly and slammed away the staff. The staff skipped out of the man's arm and flew to a wall near them. She then cut the man's leg, stopping him from moving any further. The woman didn't continue, however. All right, become my servant, she said as she went forward, put her palm on the man's bald head. Bam! Ning kicked her in the stomach, but the woman was fast enough and used her sword to block his attack. Hehe, I was wondering when you were going to help, she said. She survived that? Ning said in surprise. His body cultivation was way higher than his, yet she had survived that. Is it a skill? He wondered and quickly checked her lists of skills. However, he didn't know what many skills did and as such didn't know what hers did. None of the skills there were self-explanatory at all. How about you become my servant as well? The woman said as she licked her lips. Ning pulled the blood-red spear from his storage and said, no thanks. I would rather die than have anything to do with a blue-skinned B*TCH like you. The woman's smiling face immediately turned ice-cold as she ran forward and slammed her sword at him. Ning blocked the sword and parried it with his spear as he started to move it around. ENL.M. He swung it from the side and attacked her. The woman blocked it directly with her sword. Ning took the spear back and spun it around to attack from the other side. The woman blocked it again. However, before she was even ready, the spear came from the other side, aiming for her head. The woman dodged but was still cut a little on her face. Black blood started spilling out of her cheeks. The woman placed her palm on her cheeks in disbelief at what had just happened. You dare cut my face? The woman said angrily and her sword started lighting blue. Ning didn't know what she was doing, but he wanted to finish her quickly. So, he brought the spear back for a final blow. However, the woman swung her sword before his spear could reach her, and immediately large blue energy escaped from it, throwing Ning all the way to the wall on a house on the other side. He stood back up and soon realized his mistake. Chapter 128, Corpse Chi. Ning used the twin-step movement technique along with his chi to boost himself forward and kicked the woman. The woman was once again fast enough to block herself. She slammed on the rebel behind her and got back up with no damage. Haha, it's over, boy. He will start fighting for me now, the woman said with an evil grin. Just look at his rotty. Ning's arm was placed on the bald man's head as he slowly pulled the yin chi on him. His head stopped rotting and even got back its previous brilliance. What did you do? the woman shouted as he ran forward and swung her sword at Ning. Ning lifted the hand back and grabbed the spear with both his hands as he blocked the woman. Ting! A loud sound appeared as the sword clashed with the spear shaft. Ning had no problem blocking the attack, however, the woman stared in shock as her sword was chipped a bit. "You," she shouted and was about to attack once again when she noticed something. Her hands that were previously very blue were slowly starting to get warmer color. She was losing her chi. A mild buzzing sound came from Ning as it slowly started to get louder. The woman looked at him, a little fear showing in her eyes as she said, "What exactly did you do? What did you do to my corpse chi?" Corpse chi. Ning finally learned the name of the unique yin chi that he had been struggling with for so long. "You bastard!" The woman screamed and slammed the sword on his staff once again. The sword didn't chip away this time, however. "She's getting weaker," Ning realized. "Is it because I'm taking away the corpse chi?" Ning immediately started to take in as much corpse chi as he could and the woman's skin slowly lost all of its blue colors. She was now just a regular 7th chi condensation realm cultivator. The woman was freaking out of her mind as she could feel herself losing most of her strength. "Oh no," she immediately turned around and started running away. But Ning wasn't going to let that happen. He immediately dashed to where she was and made a massive horizontal swing with his spear like it was a baseball bat. The woman realized she was being attacked and immediately used a technique to have her sword glow blue. She put the sword to her left to block the incoming spear. However, she vastly underestimated Ning's strength now that she no longer had the corpse chi. The sword was not only unable to stop the spear, it actually got pushed towards the woman and ended up being what cut her body in half. Even in death, her face could only keep the expression of disbelief. REINVL.C. Seeing that the woman was dead, Ning turned back to the man to help him. Fortunately, only his leg was cut a little and he would be fine once he got some medicinal treatment. Ning got him his staff back and the man limped back towards the physician guild. Ning on the other hand ran elsewhere to gather more corpse chi to destroy it. "I can help the people win more fights if I steal away the enemy's chi," he thought. He then ran around looking for places where fights were taking place. He encountered another fight between a woman and another woman who was using a bird and a cat monster. She was part of the Mist Origin sect and fighting with tamed beasts was just an everyday thing for them. The woman, however, was clearly losing to the enemy. Ning saw a rotting, broken corpse of a snake a little further away. She had already lost another beast. Ning got closer to help. That was when he realized that he knew the person. "Sister Soria," he said in surprise. The woman looked to the side once and focused back on the battle. Now was not the time to get distracted. "Oh, that man seems to know you. A friend?" the blue-skinned woman asked. "Why does it matter to you?" Soria asked. Soria didn't get a good look at Ning's face so she couldn't tell who he was from the cloth and bald head. The blue-skinned woman said nothing else and rushed forward to attack with her sword. Soria had her own sword which she used to block the incoming sword. The woman however changed the course of the sword at the last second to block the incoming spear from the side. That, however, was useless. The spear broke through the sword and slammed into her head, blowing it apart in one shot. The one true spear strike was too much for her to handle. "Oh, she died? She must have been weaker than the last girl," Ning said. Soria looked in front of her in shock. The woman she had so much difficulty with and had even lost one of her tamed beasts to was killed just like that. How? She couldn't articulate anything that was on her mind. "Are you okay, Sister Soria?" Ning asked as he started to steal away all the corpse chi that she and her beasts might have gotten. The dead woman was in range, so Ning managed to steal from her as well. "How do you know my name?" Soria asked. She still hadn't recognized who he was. "It's me, Ning. It's only been a few months, how can you already forget me?" Ning asked. Soria's eyes went wide as she finally recognized him. You, how did you get so strong? She asked in shock. Let's not worry about that right now. I need to go help some more people. Can you go get some help yourself? Ning asked. Chapter 129, Very Loud. Sigh, why do you all say the same thing? Don't you have any other sentences to use? Ning asked. He then used one true spear to strike at the woman and killed her at once. This was the fifth woman he had killed this night. They were all surprised when he could suddenly take away their corpse chi and didn't know what to do after that. Well, the most they did after that was breathing for a few more moments. Death would come to them all eventually. Ning once more left the area after clearing away the corpse chi in the place. He was making a spiral around the city, clearing both the enemy and the corpse chi in the process. He was very confident in the fact that there were other much stronger enemies in the city and didn't want to get caught up in a fight against them yet. So, he was trying to clear as many as he could by himself. Screams and shouting rang out from everywhere. The fire was under control for one moment and out of it in another. Zombie ran about everywhere, showing just how many people had died. This was a true tragedy on a scale Ning had never seen before. Suddenly, Ning stopped running. In front of him were a bunch of people fighting against a horde of zombies. They were fighting with swords and shields and were trying to stay as far from the zombies as possible. Don't let them or her touch you. You will get turned to one of them, someone was shouting. It seemed by now many had realized that getting touched was the reason the people turned into zombies in the first place. The horde of zombies was too much for the people and they would be overrun very quickly. So, Ning ran forward and immediately jumped into the middle of the horde. Oi, what are you doing? You will die. People started shouting the moment they saw Ning do something so nonsensical. Ning didn't care about their concerns and immediately started sucking in the corpse chi towards himself. Immediately, the zombies lost their rotting and decrepit skins as they returned back to being healthy people and fell to the ground dead. They had all lost their corpse chi and were now just a bunch of dead bodies. The sound that came out from this much corpse chi was beyond anything Ning had gathered the whole day today. It was so bad that he himself was starting to wince from the sound. It was too distracting. You stole their corpse chi. A woman who was a little further away from him said as she looked at Ning. What did you do to it? Destroy it? Absorb it? Either way, it seems you are kind of dangerous to keep alive. Hey, the woman said as she walked forward. Ning looked at her blue skin and knew without question that she was an enemy. Ning immediately ran forward and used the one true spear strike at the woman. The woman took out a blue-colored sword and made it brighter as she used a technique to block the attack. Using the momentum of the attack, she also jumped back at the same time to create a gap between them. Haha, no way I'm letting you get close to me. I don't know what you are doing to the corpse chi, but I am not going to let you do that to me, the woman said. This was the first woman that had managed to survive his spear strike without losing a single bit of advantage. Ning curiously checked her chi cultivation. 9th realm Hui. No wonder. Her actual battle prowess with the corpse chi must be around 1st realm of foundation establishment, Ning thought. This was going to be a troublesome battle. He needed to close the gap to about 5 meters before he could start sucking away the corpse chi from her. He needed to think of something but he was having a hard time. Damn, this sound is too distracting. Will I die immediately if I stop it? He wondered. He didn't want to give a single chance for the woman to attack him. Closing the gap comes first. He immediately dashed forward and stopped right as he reached the woman. He didn't attack as she would use the opportunity to run away. Instead, Ning used the hypnotizing dance to try and get the woman to stop thinking for a bit. It only worked for a few seconds before she was back to her normal self, but that was enough. Ning was already spinning his spear around, attacking her from both sides one after another. The woman used her sword to block the spear, but she realized it was getting harder to stop. Not only was the spear getting stronger, but she was also getting weaker as well. Ning was sucking away her corpse chi from her, but there was just too much. Is their level of corpse chi dependent on their cultivation level? Ning wondered. Blue light shined from her sword as she directly attacked Ning. A large blue light appeared from her sword, sending him flying away. Ning fell amongst the dead bodies that softened his landing. He hadn't taken a lot of damage, but the loud sound was getting to him now. He needed to do something that wouldn't distract him or impede his ability to think during the fight. There is one more thing I can do, isn't there? Ning thought. He immediately stopped the sound. The surroundings felt as if it had all turned silent, even though the crackling of the fire and the screams of people were as prevalent as ever. The sound turned back to corpse chi and started attacking Ning at once. But Ning didn't fret. He immediately used the yin to sound conversion once more as the corpse chi started turning to sound. Chapter 130, Crack. However, he couldn't keep it up for long. Simply standing in the darkness meant he would steadily gather yin chi from the environment, which was detrimental to what he wanted. So, without any hesitation, he used the one true spear strike and launched forward towards the woman. However, the attack didn't land on her. The woman was nimble enough that she could easily dodge his attack and get out of the range of his yin energy gathering. The spear strike didn't land at all. He tried once more and this time tried to stop her with telekinesis, however, that didn't work out as well. Telekinesis didn't work on this woman. *T. She is heavier than me. I can't stop her, Ning thought. Telekinesis was the only ability Ning had that could be used with both his mind and energy. It had a certain range that seemed to be increasing as his mental strength grew. When he used telekinesis, he would have to use mental strength if the target was lighter than him, and energy if the target was heavier than him. Since the system had disabled all energy-related abilities, the energy aspect of the telekinesis was also disabled. So, Ning could no longer use it on something heavier than him. Once again, the woman easily escaped the incoming spear strike. *T, I can't attack her with a spear strike, he thought. So, he switched to revolving spear art. He started slowly moving the spear from side to side while spinning it around him, while constantly stacking the damage it had. The woman's eyes got serious. That's the technique that gets stronger to stop with each rotation, hey? I can't let you do that, she said and launched another blue wave towards Ning. The attack directly hit the ground where Ning was standing, but Ning was no longer there. The woman hastily looked to the side and saw him horizontally sitting alongside a building wall. Ning had launched himself to the side and landed on the wall. He once more launched himself directly towards the woman with both his movement technique and chi push combined. It was too late to dodge. Come die, the woman shouted as she made a vertical slash just where Ning was coming from. The spear and the sword clashed as a massive ting sounded between them just before. Crack! Ning's eyes went wide when he saw what had just happened. The spear he was so proud of actually had a crack in it. The crack wasn't very big, but it was enough to severely reduce the durability of the item. *T, real spirit artifacts are something else, Ning thought. The situation was getting worse. Seeing that the spear had a crack in, the woman started slamming down her sword towards Ning. Ning used both hands to hold the spear above him to stop the sword. Attack after attack slammed on the spear, cracking it more and more. Ha ha ha, you're dead now, the woman shouted as she maniacally kept on slamming the sword on the spear. The spear had more and more cracks, but the damage it was taking was also getting lower and lower. The woman in her chance to kill Ning had completely forgotten about why she was staying away from him in the first place. The spear was on its final legs and with another hit from the woman, it got destroyed. The sword passed through the spear and went towards Ning's shoulders. His eyes went wide. Ning let go of the spear and caught the flat side of the blade with both of his hands. While the woman was shocked, Ning twisted the sword to the right and expertly landed a kick to the woman's head at the same time. Bam! The woman was sent flying into a house. Tisk! That hurt you bastard, she said as she walked out of the rubble. The hell do you think you are to attack me like th? She stopped mid-sentence when she saw Ning standing further away. His clothes were starting to light on fire and the sound was really strong right now. However, the thing that stopped the woman from speaking was the thing on Ning's hand. He was holding her sword. "Give it back, you bastard," she shouted as she used chi to bring the sword back to her. She had already refined the sword and thus could freely control it with her chi within a certain range. The sword tried to leave Ning's hand, but he was tightly holding it. The woman put forth her arm to pull the sword even harder and then she noticed it. Her blue arm had lost its signature color and had returned back to its normal pale white. What? The woman said in surprise. Her corpse chi was gone and without it. She was as strong as any normal 9th chi condensation realm now. And that was not strong at all in front of the current Ning. The woman realized this as well. From the fight she had with Ning, she knew that he was strong, just not as strong as her. However, now the situation had changed and it was very dangerous for her. Instead of pulling the sword, she pushed the sword back and ran for her life. Ning wasn't going to let that happen. He immediately pulled the broken spears and one after another, threw both of the spear halves towards the woman. One of the spear halves missed, but the other one managed to pin her to a tree along the side of the road. The woman screamed and pulled the spear out, freeing herself, but it was too late. Chapter 131, Foundation Establishment Realm. After getting rid of it, he changed his clothes to ones that weren't so burned at all. Once everything was settled, Ning left the shocked masses behind and went elsewhere to help. "Hey guys, what just happened?" someone asked. "Did he just kill one of those women by himself?" "Looks like it, although, am I really looking correctly?" someone else asked. "Where did he go?" "He celebrated for a bit for some reason and just left." "I wonder if he went somewhere to help the people," someone wondered. "Speaking of which, we should go help too." "Yeah, you're right." Soon, the group gathered walked towards a different place to look for places where they could be of help. Ning too went around helping more people. He noticed that the new sword he had gotten was very good and was at the very least on the higher side of low-grade spirit artifacts. He still remembered how he had managed to bend the other spirit artifact he had come across some time ago using his spear, and yet now the same spear was destroyed using this sword. This must be really good, he thought. He wasn't as good with a sword as he was with a spear. He used the sword more as a staff, hoping to hit people with the sharp side rather than masterfully controlling it. Still, now that his spear was gone, he was left with this sword. By now, he had stopped worrying about helping the other people with the corpse chi and thought more about defeating those who were spreading it. "Are those all women from Eagle Sect? How come I haven't seen a single man?" he wondered. He had fought only women until now and had yet to meet a man with blue skin. Screams and explosions still occurred. In fact, they got worse as he got closer towards the center of the city. The attackers seemed to want to destroy that location first. Suddenly, the walls of nearby house breaking due to an attack. He swiftly ran towards the house to help the person who was thrown. However, to his surprise, the one getting thrown was actually a blue-skinned woman. He wasn't expecting them to get overpowered by others at all. "You think a measly cultivator who just entered the Foundation Establishment realm can beat me?" A voice came from the side as a man emerged from the other side. "You?" The woman was shocked that she couldn't beat the man at all. "Oh, she might not be able to beat you, but what about if we both joined hands?" Another woman came from the side, targeting the man. Ning was not only surprised to see these two women in one place, but he was also surprised to see the man here. "First Elder," he said as he saw him. The man fighting was the first elder of the Pure Cleansing sect. He seemed to have an extremely strong cultivation base when compared to the woman. However, when the other female arrived, he frowned a bit. He saw Ning arrive and was surprised. Ning could see both hesitation and relief in those eyes. Ning quickly checked the other women's cultivation base and frowned. One of them was in the first Foundation Establishment realm, while the one that just arrived was in the second Foundation Establishment realm. Ning swiftly checked the first elder as well, and he was in the third Foundation Establishment realm. *T, just the first one should be enough trouble for him, and now the second one arrived. Can I even help him in this situation, he wondered. The women's skin was unnaturally blue, even when compared to the other ones he had met before this. Volunteer Ning, can you do me a favor? My disciple is buried under that rubble over there, can you take her away from this place, please? He requested. They are too strong for me together to protect her without distraction, he said. Ning looked to the side and saw half the body of Michaela sticking out from the rubble, all bloody. Without hesitation, he immediately started running to the side. You're going nowhere, boy. Become my servant. The woman with the first realm cultivation base jumped towards him, trying to touch him. Ning immediately pulled out his sword and slashed behind him. However, the woman was too fast. She had already appeared in front of him and suddenly grabbed his neck, slowly pouring in the corpse chi. Ning immediately used both of the yin conversion techniques, but it was too slow. He would die of choking before he could even suck away all the corpse chi. Even if he did manage to take it all away, the woman was still in the first Foundation Establishment realm and was a problem to fight against. Ning used the sword in his right hand and swung at the woman. However, the woman just lifted her left hand and suddenly a blackish-blue barrier appeared in front of her. Ding! A loud sound appeared as the sword struck the shield made up of the corpse chi. Ning felt a massive rebound from the shield as the force traveled back to his arms through the sword. It hurt him a bit. But, he was dying right now, and getting hurt was a lot better than the other result. So, he slammed the shield a few more times. However, each time the shield easily blocked the attack. Ning was getting frustrated. Even though he was constantly consuming the corpse chi, the woman seemed to just have too much of a supply to empty her before he actually died. In desperation, he could only make his attack stronger. A bright yellow glow appeared along the blade of the sword he was holding. He swung the blade down with as much force as he could. The woman put up a shield once more to block the attack. However, something very unexpected happened. The shield, which was capably blocking every single one of Ning's attacks, suddenly parted when the sword reached it, and let it pass through where the sword easily cut off the left arm of the woman. Chapter 132, All or Nothing. Even the first elder and the second Foundation Establishment realm woman looked back in shock. How did that happen, was the only question that ran through everyone's mind. Am I that strong? Ning questioned. However, he wasn't stupid enough to believe that, or even believe that the spirit artifact had something to do with it. It definitely had to do with my technique, right? Why else would the corpse chi split apart when I used the radiant holy SW? Ning realized the answer to his burning question. Holy. Corpse zombie undead. However, he looked at it, holy power was a perfect counter to these things. Ning smiled. He finally had a way to fight these people without making his head hurt like it was a pincushion. Ning lit up his sword once more and swung at the woman. The woman was terrified and immediately threw Ning into the wall near her before he could even do anything. Ning pushed his chi to the opposite side to soften the landing and used the wall as a launching point as he launched back towards the woman. The woman took out her sword to stop Ning but frowned as she realized that her sword was weaker than before. What's going on? She asked herself. Ning was constantly collecting her corpse chi and she hadn't realized it yet. The black blood flowing out of her wound had stopped as she was using chi to block it. However, with Ning here, it was reopening. Only then did she realize that something was wrong. My corpse chi, it's gone, she thought as she looked at her arm. It was still blue, but not to the level as before. A blue wave of light appeared from her sword as she pushed Ning to the wall once again. However, this time he couldn't stop himself. The wall fell on him, as he got trapped under rubble as well. The woman finally sighed in relief as she focused on stopping the wound. However, Ning broke out of the rubble as if nothing had happened. Why are you so strong? She couldn't tell at all. He was clearly in the 7th Qi condensation realm from his cultivation, but his attacks were really strong. The other woman was struggling too. With no one to help her, the first elder was easily taking care of this fight. A golden halo was lit up around the first elder as held a bead necklace on his right hand as his left hand was in front of him doing a half prayer. The woman would launch her attacks, but none of it landed on him. His golden halo stopped all attacks from landing on him. Amitabha, the man said as a burst of chi attacked the woman in front of him. She was launched back to the walls, and he finally had some free time to look back and see how Ning was handling. He could hear the faint buzz and smokes coming out of Ning. He had seen this before, or at least the sound. Ah, that's right. He can get rid of the corpse chi, the first elder thought. An attack slammed onto the first elder's exposed back, but the golden halo easily stopped it. Amitabha, he said as he focused back on the fight. The one-armed woman was starting to get anxious. With each encounter, she was getting weaker, and none of her attacks were doing anything to Ning. Ning had learned that with the normal attacks of the Radiant Holy Sword, he could cut through any of the woman's long-ranged attacks, and even if he was overpowered, with his level 8 body cultivation, it was impossible to hurt him. Ning was showing equal force as when he started, but the woman was getting weaker and weaker. The woman once more sent Ning flying into the wall, however, this time she didn't wait for him to get back up. Instead, she collected all of her remaining corpse's chi, and normal chi into her sword. Ning had barely come out of the rubble when he saw the woman prepare her attack. He could tell that the energy behind the sword was not something he could withstand on his own. He could use the strongest attack of the Radiant Holy Sword to counter her attack, but he would lose all of his chi in the process. The attack was just that draining. Even if he managed to block the woman's attack, he would be left to her mercy afterward. The woman had no such thought. She was planning on killing him in a single blow. Once her attack was ready, she slashed her sword right towards Ning. Ning tried to run away, but it seemed the attack was tracking him. Boom! A large explosion sounded when the attack finally landed. Both the first elder and the other woman looked back towards Ning, who was caught up in the explosion. Finally, the one-handed woman sighed when suddenly Ning appeared right before her, with his sword high in the air, full of golden energy, and slashed. How the woman didn't even finish her sentence when the sword cut her in half. Even in death, she couldn't understand how he managed to survive. Ning's left arm was bleeding a bit, but other than that, he was fine. The first elder and the other woman looked in shock. Taking the opportunity of the first elder being distracted, the woman launched a sneak attack on Ning, who had his back turned to them. Something in the rubble Ning had just been in moved towards him and stood in front of him. The attack landed on it and a huge explosion rang out. Chapter 133, Battlefield. The overall beetle was about 2 meters wide. It currently had its front side turned to Ning, as the backside had just protected him from both of the attacks right now. What is that? The woman couldn't help asking. That should be a great horned silver beetle, however, why is its body golden? The first elder whispered to himself a little. Ning's beetle had finally evolved in the 2 months since he lost the system and had fully turned to a golden-shelled beetle, one of the greatest defensive creatures in all of Kumia. The beetle was currently at 8th Qi condensation realm and was relatively slow when compared to its contemporary, however, when it came to defense it was amazing. The beetle had just used one of the special techniques it had learned through evolution and used it to protect Ning. Ning could tell that the beetle was badly hurt, but nowhere to the point where it couldn't keep on surviving. Still, Ning brought the beetle back to the beast space after sucking away any remnants of corpse chi that might have landed on it. He checked his left arm that was hurt and tended to it. It was only bleeding a little, so he just closed the wound for now. Good job, volunteer Ning, now go help my disciple please, the first elder said as he started to freely bombard the woman with attacks after attack, slowly taking away her chances of escaping. Amitabha. The first elder's voice rang out as the sound carried an attack that directly crushed the woman's body. A second Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator was dead just like that. Ning walked over to the rebel and pulled out the unconscious Michaela. She didn't seem to have any corpse chi on her, so it was fine. Ning picked her up in a princess carry and started walking her to the city center where the Physicians Guild was. As he got closer to the center, the louder the sound of the explosion became. However, the sound of cries had died down considerably. Either people were now safe, or dead. In either case, the town was silent of the cries. Ning ran his way to the Physicians Guild where a lot of people were hanging around. People with high cultivation bases, some who Ning had never seen before, had come out and had started to use the same bead necklace as the first elder and went around calmly saying Amitabha. Every time one of them said that, a flash of golden light would appear from them that would wash away the corpse chi that was affecting a patient. What? Ning was shocked. He had never in his life expected that someone could cure something that even he couldn't through normal measures. Is that because corpse chi isn't really a medical injury, so the system didn't give me any information, he wondered. Also, the techniques the high-leveled cultivators in the sect were using, were completely new to him. Meaning, they were probably hidden from him until he went to a higher status in the sect. Maybe he even had to be an elder to learn them. He didn't have the time to think about it right now. He quickly took Michaela to one of the physicians and left her. He ran back out of the Physicians Guild and looked towards the north where the majority of the explosions were sounding. Along the way, he fought more women from the Eagle sect, but with the Holy Sword, he didn't have to worry about anything. He finally reached the area where the sound was the greatest, the battlefield. He was shocked when he saw hundreds of humans and beasts fighting together against many women with blue skin and dozens of zombies. The humans and beasts were all hidden behind barriers set by a pure cleansing sect elder and threw out attacks from inside. The barrier was constantly blocking the attacks from the women and not letting any corpse chi enter the barrier. That was their sole purpose. Ning quickly checked everyone's cultivation base, but without doubt, they were all in the Foundation Establishment realm. This was a fight too high level for him. He could barely win against the first Foundation Establishment realm woman with his current cultivation base, and that too was after using a lot of his chi. He was now very low on chi and couldn't freely use the Radiant Holy Sword. This was not somewhere he could be. He needed to leave. The Pure Cleansing Sect, Mist Origin Sect, and a few rogue cultivators were fighting for their lives, but Ning didn't care about that right now. The fear he had been ignoring was flaring after seeing so many enemies. A single moment of carelessness would result in the death of his body. He wasn't sure what would happen to him now that the system was gone. All logic stated that he was still immortal, but he just didn't want to risk it. I should run back, he thought. He wouldn't be of much help anyway. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out in the sky. Ning looked up to see three people fighting in the sky. Ning recognized only one of the fighters in the sky. It was the sect leader of the Mist Origin sect, Akusa. The Rainbow Phoenix was constantly roaming in the sky, sending out fire towards a woman. This woman, however, didn't have any blue skin. Her skin was the same as every other person on their side of the battlefield. She was fighting Akusa and the other man with the sword. The last man was someone Ning hadn't seen yet either. He was bald and definitely from the Pure Cleansing sect and had a very bright golden halo around him. He looked like he was in his late 30s, which was quite young for such a strong person. Chapter 134, an hour earlier. The fight actually reminded him of the half a dozen men who fought against the tiger monster in the southern continent so long ago. However, he didn't think that was on the same level as this. The woman didn't have any blue color to her skin, so Ning wondered if she had already lost it all. She was looking around with a hint of desperation in her eyes when she suddenly put her hands together and did something. All the women and corpses down below lost their corpse chi as it flew up to the woman, making her skin bluer than any he had seen until now. It was almost as if she was back to full power once more. *T***T. **** an hour earlier ****. Akusa and Kazire rushed to the city. They flew over the walls. Everyone, go down and help those people, Kazire ordered the people who were still looking in a daze towards the screams and fire. They quickly nodded and left. What is that? Akusa asked, seeing people getting attacked by other people. Kazire looked at the attacker and took out his bow and arrow. With a single arrow, he pinned down the attacker to the ground by piercing his thighs. Let's go ask him, Kazire said and flew down. However, when they finally reached the man, they realized how bad of a condition he was in. Rotten skin, parts of the body that looked to be decaying, and a head with barely any hair. The man was in a worse condition than any of the patients Kazire had seen in the guild. Old man, what is wrong with him? Akusa asked. I do not know. This is my first time seeing someone like this, Kazire said. Akusa stooped down and looked at the grunting man. Old man, I don't think his heart is beating. I think he is dead, he said and proceeded to catch his wrist to feel the nerve. Yeah, I'm right. He has no heartbeat. He is basically a walking corpse, Akusa said. Suddenly, a sharp pain appeared from his left hand. It was starting to rot just like the man's skin. However, he didn't fret. Heal, Akusa said, and suddenly the rainbow phoenix spit out a fire that engulfed his entire left arm. Within seconds, his hand was back to normal. A corpse that is walking, could it be that this person was affected by corpse chi? Kazire said. What's corpse chi? Akusa asked. One of the most heinous and evil forms of chi out there. According to the records, it's only possible to create corpse chi after a lot of deaths. Whoever is doing this must have killed a lot of people, Kazire said. Suddenly, a woman appeared in front of them. Someone whose skin was blue all the way through and was looking at the two with glee in her eyes. Another corpse? Akusa asked. I don't think so. It looks more like she is the culprit, Kazire said as he looked to the side. Little miss, are you the one using the corpse chi? He asked. Oh, this old geezer knows about corpse chi? I thought only our sect leader did, she said. Sect leader? Only then did Kazire focus on her robes. It wasn't the same color as it used to be, but the design and emblem were still there. Eagle sect? Since when did the Eagle sect know how to use corpse chi? Kazire asked. Stop asking so many questions, old man, the woman said and launched a sword attack. Kazire only put up a single hand in retaliation as he assumed the half-prayer state and said, Amitabha. A golden ring starting at his feet and spread out, cleansing everything along the way. When it finally reached the woman, it suddenly pushed the corpse chi out of her as well, turning her skin back to normal. Burn her, Akusa said. Suddenly, the rainbow phoenix opened its mouth and sent out flames, burning the woman alive. Within moments, the woman was reduced to cinders. Kazire turned around and looked at the corpse. The man was also cleansed of the corpse chi and was now just a normal corpse. What was that, old man? I don't think I've ever seen any one of you use such techniques, Akusa asked. It's a technique written in our Buddhist scripture. It is a perfect counter to all sorts of evil chi and cultivators. We don't allow just anyone to learn of its existence, let alone teach it to them. Even in our sect, only a dozen or so people know it, Kazire said. Well, I guess it's about time you guys revealed your hands, Akusa said. He looked at the place where the woman once stood and said, just what is Ulka doing? Why is she attacking the city? We will have to rely on your Buddhist techniques now, old man. Seeing how useful they are, Akusa said. I'm afraid that's not possible. I could only get rid of the corpse chi on that lady because she was weak. If I happen to meet someone at my own level, or God forbid it, above me. I will have a hard time just defending myself, Kazire said. Alright, enough talking, let's go there. I have been feeling an ominous feeling from that place for quite a while now, Akusa said. Kazire looked to the side. He could feel it too. Let's hurry up. I think my son is fighting right now, and I doubt he can beat them alone. Hopefully, the elders have gotten off of their lazy asses and started helping everyone, Kazire said. They immediately flew up and went to the center of the city. Along the way, Akusa had his rainbow phoenix kill a bunch of zombies and the blue-skinned women, but he couldn't waste his time on these weaklings. Chapter 135, Soul. As soon as he reached, he activated his technique and cleansed a lot of people in the area. Akusa, go and help with the fight, Kazire said. He had already seen a battlefield not far away when he was coming here. On it, Akusa said and immediately took off. Where are the elders? Kazire shouted angrily, gathering all the elders at the place at once. There is a tragedy happening all around you and all you can do is hole up in here? What the hell are you guys doing? Kazire shouted. What else can we do, senior? I can't think of any cure to the diseases, someone said. It's not a disease. It's corpse chi. Use your Buddhist techniques to cleanse them. 2 of you stay here and heal the people. I and the first elder will go around cleansing the corpses in the city. As for the rest of you, go help our allies on the battlefield, Kazire ordered. Everyone nodded and immediately took off. Akusa finally made his way to the battlefield. He could see the hundreds of disciples from the pure cleansing sect having a hard time with the fights. My disciples should be coming anytime soon. They will help alleviate some of the pressure, he thought. He then saw a bald man amidst the group who was fighting the blue-skinned woman's horde of corpses, but there were just too many. Kasim, use your Buddhist techniques. Those are corpses and will die with your techniques, Akusa said. At the same time, he ordered the rainbow phoenix to go around burning all the different corpses and healing the different people at the same time. A ring of golden halo appeared around Kasim, cleansing all the corpses around him. How'd you know that would work? Kasim asked. Your dad told me. They have corpse chi and thus your Buddhist techniques can fight them, Akusa said. Tisk tisk tisk. To think there was someone with Buddhist techniques in this place. And a bird with phoenix flames too? What bad luck on my part. A voice came from above in the sky. Both Akusa and Kasim looked up. Above them was a woman in her 50s, floating in the sky with a skin so blue that she nearly blended in the night sky. That's... What are you doing exactly, Ulka? Why are you attacking the city? Akusa asked. Rebol.com. Ulka? Who's Tha, right? That was what they called this body, didn't they? The woman said. Both of the men realized that something was wrong, that something was weird. You're not Ulka. Who are you? Akusa asked. No, I am not. I just took over her body 2 years ago. My soul was quite destroyed, so I needed quite a lot of time to recuperate myself. I wanted to get myself an army of corpses, but who would have guessed there were Buddhists living in this backwater city? The one that took over Ulka's body spoke. You took over her body. Kasim couldn't help but be shocked. Taking over someone's body wasn't something one could do without putting in either a part or all of their own soul into someone's body. And the only way someone's soul could be developed enough to be manipulated was when the person had. You're a nascent soul cultivator, Akusa said in shock as he realized it as well. Hey? You guys are quite smart for someone in such a remote place. Good job on knowing what a nascent soul is. The woman's patronizing voice was very irritating. 2 years ago, that means the triennial competition. Someone in the nascent soul realm was in that competition. Akusa couldn't help but say. You were behind the decline of the Eagle sect. Did you cultivate corpse chi for over 2 years? But that requires tormented souls, dead people. Who did you kill? Kasem asked. Oh, you are smart enough to realize, aren't you? The woman said with a sinister smile. Akusa and Kasem both had a sinking feeling. They immediately looked down to the battlefield, at the many women who were fighting. Where are the male disciples? Kasem asked. He, dead, the woman said with a smile. You, Kasem got angry and immediately brought out a necklace with 108 brown beads on them. He held it with his right hand as he brought his left hand to a prayer gesture. Akusa brought out a massive sword as well as a panther with lightning stripes all over its body. Come, I want to see how long you Foundation Establishment realm folks can last, the woman said and immediately formed a defensive barrier with her corpse chi. The fire spread around the sword as Akusa had his bird lighted aflame. He immediately dashed forward to slam the barrier. However, that seemed to do nothing to the barrier. You are strong and have phoenix flames, but that isn't enough to beat my corpse chi, the woman said and suddenly hit Akusa's face with a burst of corpse chi which made his face start to rot immediately. He got his phoenix to heal his face, but it wasn't as easily done as with the other low-leveled women he had fought until now. Amitabha. The halo around Kasem grew wider until Akusa was inside it. The rot which was stopped by the phoenix flames immediately washed away. The halo stopped after it reached the corpse chi barrier and couldn't move any further. Are you okay? Kasem asked. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for saving me. It seems my rainbow phoenix's flames are not fast enough to counter her flames, Akusa said. We will have to properly work together for this one. We can't go doing our own thing, Kasem said. Yes, I understand, Akusa said and moved once more. However, this time, Kasem moved as well. Chapter 136, 4v1. A blast of fire too appeared from the side, but it too was blocked by the invisible barrier. The woman only smiled looking at the fruitless attempts of the two sect leaders. I am very weak right now, but even then I doubt you two will be able to stop me at all, the woman said. Suddenly, spikes of corpse chi appeared from the barrier around her and attacked everything. Kasem! Akusa shouted. I know. Amitabha. Kasem prayed and a golden barrier of their own blocked the spikes from coming in any closer. Akusa didn't have any defensive ability against corpse chi, so he needed to rely on Kasem if he wanted to save his rainbow phoenix and lightning panther. Tisk! These damned Buddhists, why are you guys so hell-bent on fighting us, hey? The woman said. Kasem said nothing and directly launched a blast of golden energy the woman's way. For the first time since they started fighting, the woman actually moved her hand at all. She brought it forward and a sword made up of corpse chi appeared in her hand. She slashed towards the incoming energy and destroyed it. My phoenix's flames help a bit against the corpse chi, but not as much as your Buddhist techniques. I will instead focus on distracting her with my attacks while you deal the main damage, Akusa said. Kasem simply nodded. Fire and lightning intertwined as it covered the massive sword in Akusa's hand. Akusa immediately dashed forward to cut at the woman, however, the barrier was still there, blocking his path. At the same time, a black paw landed on the woman's back. That too was blocked by the barrier. Before she could even attack either of these two, the rainbow phoenix flew at her with incredible speed, scratching the barrier with flaming talons. Suddenly, all three fell back into the golden barrier prepared by Kasem. The woman got mad. She was heavily damaged when she had found this body 2 years ago and had taken a lot of time to recuperate. As such, she didn't have time to increase the cultivation base of her new body and was on the same level as the others. The only thing she had managed to do was slowly indoctrinate new female disciples and staff in her sect to follow her orders and brainwash them. Seeing how weak her own new sect was, she had believed that all the sects in the area were probably similar as well. However, she neglected to check up on them just in case, and spent the entire time just reinforcing her soul to the body. F***ck. I need to do something about that Buddhist or I will lose in a battle of attrition, she thought. A few new Buddhists had arrived down below as well and had started to turn the flow of the battlefield. "My group is here to help," Akusa said with a smug smile. A horde of new men and beasts walked into the battlefield as they started fighting the blue-skinned woman in the town. Akusa once more rushed forward and slammed the barrier with his sword, but this time the woman instead clashed with him with her created sword. The phoenix and the panther also flew in at the same time to attack. The woman immediately turned around to attack them as well. Akusa did another sword attack, which this time was blocked by the barrier. Kasem joined in the fray and started attacking the woman as well. A golden palm appeared out of nowhere, slamming down on the barrier from atop. The woman was now fighting 4 different opponents at once. She had tried sending out corpse chi to rot them, but the Buddhist's barrier would always cleanse the little amounts she sent out. If she wanted to do any actual harm, she would have probably needed to send in over 50% of her chi out to one of these 2 to completely turn into a corpse with it. But then, she would have to fight with the remaining 1 at half capacity and she wasn't sure she could survive that. So, she decided to just fight while not losing as much chi as possible. Relentless clashes rang out from the fight as the woman tried her best to survive the attack. A slash came from the right. She was used to it by now and was just waiting for it. The moment the slash came, instead of blocking it, she took the attack. She let the sword attack her body. However, she wasn't naive enough to not have any defense prepared. Viscous black goo appeared from her blue skin as it grabbed onto the sword that had struck her. Akusa tried to pull, but he couldn't. While he was distracted, the woman took the chance to twist her body and disarmed Akusa. She quickly grabbed onto the handle and swung the sword once before blindly stabbing behind her. "Your cat gets pretty dumb when it doesn't have you commanding it, doesn't it?" the woman asked as she pulled from sword from the lightning panther she had just stabbed in the stomach. "No!" Akusa screamed, but it was too late. The panther's body rotted from where it was stabbed and soon became a walking corpse. Amitabha! Kasem immediately released a golden light that released all the rot from the panther, but it couldn't save the panther's life. "You!" Akusa was angry. The 3 of them including the phoenix got into a fight with the woman once more. The woman now held Akusa's sword so they were a little more careful and with not having 1 less ally, they couldn't overwhelm as well as earlier. Chapter 137, Like Hell You Will. You people really know how to get in the way of others, don't you? Even after I killed the cat you're not backing off, the woman said. You've already lost all your corpse's chi, you evil soul. Now leave Ulka's body and repent in hell, Kasem said. A halo around him started to get brighter. Already lost? Me? He, let me show you the power I really have. The woman suddenly stopped being on guard and took a deep breath. Akusa and Kasem got on their guard but nothing happened. What's going on? Suddenly, cries of surprise appeared from down below as the many women and corpses lost their corpse chi, which flew up to the woman in the air. The many Buddhists who came to the battlefield after Kazire's scolding were now looking at confusion as they no longer knew what to do. However, they still held the barrier around their allies on the battlefield so that they didn't get hit by stray attacks. Akusa and Kasem realized what was happening, but were too late to stop it. So, the moment they saw the woman's skin go back to being blue again, they started fighting once more. Ning was on the ground, looking at the fight taking place above him. Suddenly, he heard screams. The woman on the ground who had just lost all corpse chi started running around crazily trying to escape. Everyone ran in whatever direction they could, and inevitably some ran towards him. Ning took out his sword and prepared to fight. His sword glowed yellow as he clashed with the women. He was easily defeating women in the Foundation establishment realm now. It wasn't that he was too strong, but rather that the women were too weak. It's almost like they lost all of their strength along with the corpse chi they just got taken away from them. This is much severe than when I stole away the corpse chi, Ning thought. Some fights were done in a few seconds while some took up to 2 to 3 minutes to finish. By the end, he was tired as hell. He couldn't wait to return back to his cottage and fall asleep on his bed. The moment he killed the final woman who was attacking him, he heard maniacal laughter from up in the sky. I can't believe you really defeated me. But you two seem to keep forgetting something. Although you keep calling me an evil soul, you don't treat me like one, the woman shouted. Kasem and Akusa were a little curious as to what she meant. My preparation lacked outside knowledge, so I failed. But that is all that happened today. My failure. You keep saying you guys will kill me, but do you even know how to? Ha ha ha, the woman launched. Can you lousy Foundation establishment realm cultivators really destroy a nascent soul by themselves? The woman asked with a smug smile on her face. Oh, no. She's going to escape, Kasem said as she realized why she suddenly started talking. We won't let why, Akusa shouted, but then, Ulka did something weird. She took the sword and cut her own left arm at once. Argh! She grunted a little, but there was more smile on her face than pain. What are you doing? Kasem couldn't help but ask. He would have never imagined someone desperate to survive would start killing themselves. You know, it's not very easy to detach yourself from a body once you've attached yourself to it. Although it has only been 2 years since I joined with this body, I still managed to adapt quite a lot to it. So, unless I do something as shocking as this, the body doesn't realize that it has to reject me, and the woman's voice was starting to face now. Only then can I leave this body. I met you two today and that was quite a surprise, but worry not, I will definitely return one day again. For now, I will take your own people's body and hide in it, the woman said. Suddenly, a black, ethereal figure with a blue glow appeared from inside Ulka's body as Ulka's body fell to the ground. She was already dead long ago. Kasem immediately screamed, all elders, immediately use your best scripture and protect everyone. Tisk. You are quite fast, but fortunately, not all of your people seem to be smart enough to gather around, the Dark Soul said. What? Akusa and Kasem looked around and found Ning, who was standing amongst the midst of the woman's corpses he had killed earlier. Oh no, she has a free target, Akusa said. Kid, go inside one of the barriers now, Kasem screamed. She is trying to take over your body. Too late, the soul exclaimed and swiftly flew over to Ning. Ning was shocked at what he had just heard. Soul taking over my body. The body I spent so much time making, the body I spent so much time cultivating, the same body that is the only reminder of my time when I wasn't something other than a human. That soul is going to take it. Like hell you will. Ning immediately brought his high above his head. Golden light started glowing from the sword, but this time the light was far brighter than anything he had seen yet. Haha, you think normal blades can cut through as? No. What is that? Why do you have that? The soul screamed. Ning didn't hear anything. Simply, the moment the soul was less than 3 meters from him, he finally swung the sword. Radiant Holy Slash. A large golden attack appeared as it flew directly into the flying soul. No. Not again. I refuse to believe that I would be defeated by someone like this. Why do I always end up being killed by someone with holy energy? The ghost screamed for a few moments. Chapter 138, Aftermath. Hey, take this kid to the physicians. Let them check if she is all right or now. Ma'am, please stop. I am sorry to say it, but your children are gone. They won't come back from you harming yourself. Help! Help! My son, has anyone seen my son? Please, my son. Mommy, I'm scared. My father, he killed my mother. Why did he do that? Ning couldn't help but feel sad as he walked amongst the destruction. The battle had ended, they had won the fight, but the tragedy had remained. Now that there was no terror to distract them, the sadness had overtaken the city. Everywhere he went, all he could hear was the cries of people who had lost their friends and families. Daybreak had already come by the time he had woken up from his unconsciousness. People had been helping and rescuing for hours and hours, but there were just too many people. Ning had also walked out to help. He was currently carrying 2 small children on either side of his arm. He walked up to a large open field with thousands of dead bodies and laid down the 2 children there. They were dead as well. When he had to take the corpses away from their dying mother, he could hear her screams and curses at him, but he couldn't let her keep the corpses as the dead bodies fostered resentful souls that created more corpse chi. They were all to be burned as soon as possible. This was all too much for him. Seeing parents and children alike, dying for no reason at all but because of the whims of someone strong, he didn't like that. RWVEL.O. The cultivation world had the rule of the jungle where the strongest lived and weakest survived. But what about the mortals? What about those that were not cultivators? Why did they have to live by this rule as well? Why was it even possible to cultivate using the lives of those that couldn't protect themselves? There wasn't anyone that could answer this to Ning. No cultivator, no elder, not even system, there wasn't anyone to answer that to him. For the first time in a while, he was starting to feel like he was alone all over again. He quickly let go of such thoughts and went back to the city to help. He rescued a few people from under rebels, helped heal quite a few of them, and carried dozens of dead bodies to the burning grounds. He worked for nearly the whole day without stop as his body was one that could. At the end of the day, the people gathered at the mountain of corpses that was nearly 50 meters high. The dead easily outnumbered the living. If only mortals were in question, there were barely any living. Even after everything Ning had done, more than 80% of them perished in the attack last night. He could see a bunch of girls crying wildly at the place where the corpses of the attackers laid. These were the girls who had left the Eagle sect after they sensed that it had changed, and had managed to escape the brainwashing those other girls unfortunately suffered. Kazire, Kasim, and Akusa walked to the front of everyone gathering. Today, we are gathered here, not because we want to, but because we need to. The tragedy that befell us last night is not something we can ever forget. Just as we will never forget those that we have lost today. Mourn with me as we help light the passage to the departed souls so that they may not be lost on their way to the other side of the mortal journey, and may successfully enter the cycle of reincarnation. Kazire stopped speaking and started mourning for the dead. The rest of the people gathered there did the same. Silence reigned the city for a few minutes. After a while, Kazire nodded to Akusa who gave the order to his phoenix. The rainbow phoenix flew up to the sky and started tearing up. The tears fell onto the bodies and started sizzling. Soon, they were all burning. This was a special fire. It could be easily extinguished by other people, but if left untouched, it lasted forever. The people stayed there as they said goodbye to the ones they lost this day. The cries had never gotten quieter, but there was a hint of acceptance to them. Kazire walked up to Ning and said, "Good job on killing the nascent soul. If not for you, we don't know how many more tragedies we would have to have faced last night." "I am disappointed that I couldn't be of more help," Ning said. "Don't be. The fault lies in us. We saw that the Eagle sect was getting neglected, but failed to do anything about it. Had we intervened sooner if only to check on them, we could have averted this tragedy," Kazire said with a face full of regret. "Anyway, what will you do now?" Kazire asked. "What do you mean?" Ning asked, unsure what Kazire meant. "The mayor of the city was the first to die last night. Following them, 70% of the rogue cultivators, 80% of the mortals, and more than 30% of the cultivators from both Mist Origin sect and Pure Cleansing sect died in the last night's fight. So, most of the people have decided to migrate to a different city, away from the reminder that is this destroyed city. There will be a few ferries that will come here around noon tomorrow, to take the people to a new location in the Scattered Isles. While most of the sect members have decided to stay and rebuild the city, what will you do? Will you stay and help, or will you leave with the rest and live your life someplace else? Khazire asked. Chapter 139, Deep Skull City. The fairy had picked him, and the rest of the people up at around 11 am and had only been on the move for 2 hours. According to the sailors, the journey would take them about 5 hours in total, so Ning still had 3 more hours to spare. Most of the people remaining in the city had decided to move as well, only leaving behind the 2 sects. Ning was sure that the 2 sects couldn't survive without the other people in the city and would soon have to move as well. That would be the end of Starsight City. At least the forest will prosper now, he said to himself. Dr. Ning. A timid voice came from behind him. It was a middle-aged man holding a 6-7-year-old girl on his arm. Yes? Ning asked. My daughter's fever isn't going down at all. Would you mind looking at her? The man asked. Yes, sir. Boom. A large column of water shot up as a giant octopus monster revealed itself, wiggling its multiple limbs around. Ning looked at the octopus and checks its cultivation. He turned around to look at the terrified man and said, just a moment. A sword appeared out of nowhere on his hand and soon it started glowing yellow. He put little force on the ship, and instead mostly used chi to suddenly jump towards the octopus. The man looked in shock. However, the shock didn't last long as in a single swing, Ning cut the octopus monster in half. He manipulated his chi to bring himself back and landed on the ship deck. Okay, let's check on your daughter, he said. Febnl.com. He quickly felt her temperature, checked if she was sweating, and looked for overall injuries. She's fine. It's just a normal fever. Just make sure she drinks lots of water and gets a lot of rest. She will be fine, Ning said. The man was relieved. Thank you, doctor, he said and went back into the cabin of the ferry. Ning stayed outside and looked at the expansive ocean. I wonder if I traveled through these places last time I was here? Probably not, right? He thought. Soon he saw land far away. It was around 4 in the afternoon, so the time was correct. We are finally here, he thought. As the ferry got closer, Ning could see several people on the beach. Some were running around having fun, some were laying down nets to fish, while some were simply swimming in the ocean. These people were unaware of the tragedy that took place on an island close by, but it was better for it to be that way. Not everyone needed to be aware of the tragedies around them. The ferry went around the side and docked to the north side of the island. The island was oriented such that the right eye of the island was towards the north, and the left eye was towards the south. The ferry docked next to the right jaw. Ning and the rest of the people walked out. There were people ready to take the mortals to a temporary location, while the cultivators were given free reins. Erg, I wish I could learn about the city quickly, he said as he sighed to himself. Hey mister, you want to learn about the city? A kid said from behind him. Ning turned back and saw that it was a small kid in a simple t-shirt and trousers-like clothes. Yes, I want to learn about the city, he said. Are you going to ask for money for that? Of course, the kid's eyes went wide in excitement. How much do you want? He asked. 5 silver coins, the kid asked. Ning didn't understand if the kid was trying to ask for more than he was worth, but he didn't care. Do a good job and I will give you a gold coin, he said. The kid's eyes changed from excitement to surprise, but he quickly shook his head. No, no, no. I can't take a gold coin. Just give me 5 silver coins, he said. Is he really not scamming me? Or is there some other reason why he is refusing to take the money, he wondered. Ning took out a silver coin and tossed it to the little kid. Start talking. The kid nodded very forcefully and asked, what do you want to know about first? Geography, city, sex, different powers, stores, anything you can say. If you can give me a lot of information, I will even give you some additional silver coins, Ning said. The kid started speaking. The Deep Skull Island was separated into 3 sections, the jaw, the right eye, and the left eye. The jaw was the major residential area where everyone lived. It was where most of the mortals farmed and grew crops. Just above the jaw on the way to either of the 2 eyes was the market area. Shop, guilds, and other such places were there. Then came the 2 eyes. Both of the eyes were private properties of the only 2 sects of the island. The right eyes held the sect called the Blue Dragon sect. They were a normal sect that taught any and everything that a cultivator could want to learn. They were only good enough in what they did, but that was enough for the different disciples to want to join them. The left eyes held the sect called the Red Tiger sect. They were a bunch of barbaric fellas who did nothing but cultivate their bodies to the extreme. As such, they were one of the only sects in the Scattered Isles where everyone was a body cultivator. Chapter 140, Patient. Those are all surrounding by jungle with strong beasts. The 2 sects might not look eye to eye, but they work together to protect the rest of us from the beasts, the little kid said. Ning asked a few more questions regarding the state of the city, if there were any physicians in the city or not, and what was usually the accepted amount of gold and silver coins for various minor stuff. According to the kid, while there were doctors, they were all expensive and normal people couldn't afford them at all. Aside from that, the things around here seemed to be priced about the same as the back in Starsight City. As for the state of the city, the small kid didn't know any internal politics, only that the citizens were happy. I guess that's enough to know about the city, he thought. All right, last question before I pay you, Ning said. The kid looked at him in desire and expectation. Do tell me, why is a little girl like yourself trying to act like a boy and deceive the people you are working for? The little kid's eyes stopped showing all forms of emotion and suddenly, her face started getting pale. What do why you mean? I am a boy, she said. No need to hide, kid. I'm a doctor, and can easily tell who is what. If you don't want to tell me why you are doing what you are doing, then it's okay. Here's 5 silver coins. You can leave, he said as he handed her payment. The girl took the 5 silver coins. Together with the one earlier, she had been paid 6 silver coins. She hesitated between staying and leaving. Ning saw that and asked, "What's the matter? Fa weeb no m. Are you really a doctor?" She asked. Yes, I am, Ning said. How? How much do you cost? She asked timidly. That would depend on the injury and the different materials that would have to be spent during the treatment, so I can't tell you exactly right now, he said. What about a paralysis? How much would that cost? She asked. Paralysis? I would have to check the patient. There are many causes of paralysis. Some can end up costing over 20 gold coins, Ning said. The little girl's face immediately lost all hope. Even getting a few gold coins was hard for her. This was the first time her spouting out a high number had worked. Usually, people only paid a silver coin or 2, and that would be gone by the end of the day when she had to buy food. She felt like tearing up once more. And some can actually cost nothing, Ning said. Hey! The girl asked in confusion. How can a treatment not cost anything? The doctors make us pay 5 gold coins just for some small fever alone, the girl said. Hey? 5 gold coins for some fever? What sort of idiot would pay that price? Ning said in surprise. The girl got timid again and said, us idiots who know nothing about medicines and diseases who have to do what the doctor says or they won't treat us. Ning was getting a little angry after hearing that. Do you know a patient? Show me the way. I will see what I can do, he said. The girl's eyes shined brightly. She caught him by the hand and started dragging him through the open streets. They were still in the jaw area, and she took him to a small house that looked more like a cottage. She knocked on the door. A small 7-year-old kid opened the door and was excited when he saw the girl come home. He was about to say something, but then saw Ning and instead said, "Brother, welcome back." Ning couldn't help but smile. This brother-sister duo seemed to want to keep the fact that she was a girl from everyone. "He knows, envy," she said and took Ning to the room where her father laid on the bed. The man on the bed slowly moved his head to the right as he said, "Anya, are you ba? Who are you?" He seemed to be scared that a thief got into their house. "Father, he is a doctor I brought," Anya said as she walked inside. "Doctor?" The man's face immediately got angry. "We don't need those goddamn rip-offs. Go back, you're fraud, we aren't going to pay you anything," the father screamed. "No, father. He is a new doctor that just came to the island. He isn't one of those stingy doctors from the marketplace," Anya said. Ning had enough of their talk and walked forward. "Let me check you," he said as he started poking around all over his body, asking if he felt any pain or discomfort when he did so. The father, after learning that Ning wasn't one of those frauds, answered all of his questions truthfully. Ning quickly understood what the problem was. "I can heal you, but you will have to suffer pain that will make you feel like you are in hell while I do," Ning said. "You can heal me? For what price?" the man asked. Normally I would ask for gold coins, but right now, I need a place to stay. How about you give me one of your rooms for the next 2 months or so for me to live in?" Ning asked. "You want to live in a place like this?" the man asked. "Yeah. I just need a place to guard myself against the sun and rain. I am not looking for anything fancy," Ning said. "Yes, father. Let's do that," Anya said from behind. "Very well, if my daughter says so then I agree," the man said. Chapter 141, Curing. The man seemed to have gotten into a small accident after which he started to stop feeling his lower body. It started off numb and soon he couldn't move it at all. From what Ning could tell, the man had most of the nerves responsible for his lower body trapped inside his different vertebra. So, the signal to and from his legs was cut off. Ning was trying to massage his body such that he would hit the different vertebrae and have them separate themselves. Opening up the vertebra would cause intense pain, but he didn't have anything for anesthesia, so the man would have to suffer a bit. The man screamed for a total of 5 minutes as Ning continuously used his 10 fingers heavenly massage technique on the old man. After 5 minutes finally, the man fainted from the pain, and at the same time, Ning was done as well. He opened the door and walked out to find the 2 kids waiting by the door with teary-eyed. "Oh, our father, is he going to be okay?" the little girl asked. "Yes, he is fine. Come, let's go away from here. Your father needs to rest," Ning said and took the kids away. In a different room, he asked the girl, "How old are you?" "I'm 11 years old, and my brother is nearly 8 years old," she said. "What about your mother?" he asked. The girl sneakily looked at her brother, not wanting to say anything, but the brother spoke up this time. "Father says that she died while giving birth to me," he said. Ning felt sad for the 2 kids. "So, why were you dressed like a boy? Are girls not allowed to work on this island or what?" Ning asked. "No, they can. But if someone were to find out that I was a girl, they would soon ask around about my family and learn that my father was not in a condition to work. Then, there will be many people coming to our house, trying to buy me off with the promises of gold and healing my father," she said. "You could just say no, right?" Ning asked. "No," the girl said as she shook her head. "I doubt I could have refused. Especially when my father's body would be healed if I got taken away. I would have done that in a heartbeat. Besides, the people that usually make those sorts of offers are not somebody you can refuse," Anya said. It seemed there was more to this town than what the girl let know at first. An hour or so later, the father woke up and walked downstairs by himself. Father! Both the kids were both rejoiced and surprised. The family of 3 got into a group hug and Ning just watched from the side. The father then let go of his children and walked up to Ning before falling onto his knees and started bowing to him in thanks. Ning quickly caught him and brought him up. The little girl made some tea and the four sat around drinking it. They showed Ning to a room that seemed to be what the brother was using previously. Ning wasn't particularly picky, so he told the family that he was going to cultivate, and not to disturb him. Finally, he stayed down on the bed and closed his eyes. He hadn't sat down to think about what had happened the last 3 days. The bugs, the invasion, the deaths, the kills, the aftermath, and leaving the city. He didn't keep track of how long he stayed on the island, but it was definitely close to a year. While he wasn't attached to it, he was still a little sad to let it go. Slowly, he started cultivating. He had gained a few different insights on cultivation in general and was using it to try and break through. Still, he was quite a few steps away from reaching a bottleneck. But breaking through with the number of insights he knew now would be very easy. He cultivated his mind and body at the same time he was cultivating his chi. Soon, night came and went and dawn showed its face. The sun rose up and Ning could see it from his window. He walked out of his room. He could hear some arguments from the living room of the house. He walked in to see the little girl and the father in a heated argument. "But I can help," the little girl said. "Not anymore. Now that I am healed, you will stop working." "I don't want to see my children doing any work," the father said. Ning could understand what the problem was. He listened to the two of them argue for a little while more before he said, "I am planning on opening a small, cheap pharmacy outdoors. How about letting your daughter be my assistant?" REOL.C. "A pharmacy? Doctor, you know by now. Your kind doesn't have a lot of reputation around here. If they learn that you opened one here, they will come in protest immediately," the father said. "Let me worry about that," Ning said and took the little girl before walking out. They walked to the market as the little girl showed him where he could find the different furniture. He already owned a bed, so he just bought a few chairs and desks and boards. Things he would need to make a temporary shop. He went back to the little girl's home and started building a small shed using the materials he had brought. He set up the different furniture and put up a board in front of the building that said, "Physician Ning's Treatment House, cheapest in the city." Chapter 142, Teaching Again. Come, get treated right now." Anya was doing her best to gather patients for Ning, but it just wasn't happening. Half a day had gone by but no one bothered looking towards his shop. But he wasn't worried. "Anya, come back. You don't have to keep shouting," he said. "Hey? But Dr. Ning, if I don't shout, how will they know to come here?" she asked and went back to shouting out. Finally, a person came to visit. It was an old man whose legs seemed to be having some problems. He limped his way to Ning and asked, Is it true that you don't take a lot of money?" Ning nodded and said, "I only take the price of ingredients and a little more for service. I do not take anything else," he said. The man was still skeptical but he decided to take the chance. "I got bit by something in the sea yesterday in my right leg. I did not know if it is poisonous or not, seeing as I have lived until today, it probably is not. However, ever since yesterday, I have been slowly losing movement on my right leg. It still feels everything pretty clearly, but the movement is kind of hard now," the old man said. Ning looked at the man's legs and started checking them. On his lower thigh, there was a small cut that was surrounded by skins that had been turned purple, violet, and pink. "Ah, I see," Ning said in realization. "It seems you were bit by a tricolored octopus. You actually don't have to do anything, as the bite is not poisonous and will only make your legs unmovable for a few days, after which it will go away on its own. However, if you do want to cure it immediately, I will get some ingredients from the market right now and treat you. It should cost you about 1 gold coin and 4 silver coins," Ning said. Wait. The man said. "Will I really be healed if I don't treat it at all?" he asked. Yes, the toxin in your legs will get washed in a few days and you will be okay, Ning said. How many days might it take? The man asked. Tricolored rainbow stings usually last for 5 days. Since it's been about 2 days now, you should be able to move your legs in 2 more days, and on the 3rd day, you will be able to move it quite well, Ning said. If that is so, then can I not take the treatment? The man asked. Of course, if that is what you want then you can do that, Ning said. How much will I have to pay you now? The man asked. You can pay me 1 silver coin for the diagnosis, Ning said. Only 1 silver coin. The man was surprised and hastily took out the silver coin and paid before leaving. He was afraid of Ning suddenly changing his mind. Ning smiled looking at the man and called Anya. What is it, Dr. Ning? She asked. Here for your work today, Ning said as he handed her the silver coin he got from the old man. Hey, I don't know. Just shut up and take it. Get something tasty for yourself and your brother, Ning said. The rest of the day no other customer arrived, so Ning closed the shop and went back to his room and started cultivating. The next morning, he went to the market and bought a bunch of ingredients he knew he would require for treatments. Then, it was back to treating people. A few more people arrived and got treated. Ning took as little money as possible from these people. Same for the next day and the day after that. Learning that there was a doctor in the village that treated patients at low cost, people started flocking to Ning's shop. Furthermore, once someone was massaged, they spread the news, and one after another, more people arrived for massage as well. Soon, his shop would have a very high number of patients throughout the day. The little girl Anya was truly surprised seeing how many patients there were and just how much they were paying. Even when Ning earned 2 to 3 silver coins on average, throughout a single day, he would make around 25 gold coins throughout the day. Of that, he would give her about 5 gold coins each day just because she helped with the queue of the people. After seeing firsthand just how much money he was making, the little girl mustered up some courage and asked him, "Can I learn to be a doctor too?" Ning thought for a moment and said, "Sure, why not? I will write some books in my spare time that you can read and learn. I will also teach you the massage technique. That should be very easy." So, the next few weeks, Ning spent some of the time writing the different medical knowledge he had into simple books and handed them to the little girl to read. He made absolutely sure to let her know to hide these books at all cost. He even gave her a storage bag so she could keep the books. As a bonus, he handed her his divine vortex devouring technique and the earth-shattering, heaven-tempering art as well. Teaching a little kid about cultivation reminded him of his time with Hi-C all over again. He still wished that he was alive and that he could go see him if possible. Anya was a talented girl too. As soon as he taught her something, she would understand it. At times, he started doubting if she had an eidetic memory too. However, she would sometimes forget things, so it proved she did not. Chapter 143, Trouble. He was also her cultivation master, but Ning didn't want to be called a master by a girl who was in the 3rd Qi condensation realm, since he had only reached the 8th Qi condensation realm and was still a month away from reaching the 9th realm. Sure. But you won't get to treat him if it's anything advanced, Ning said. Okay, Anya said as she walked out of the giant room. The hospital was now huge. After getting a lot of patients, Ning had expanded the facility. Anya was also working in the hospital now and was used to handling patients with non-serious problems. She did what volunteers did back in Physician's Hall. So, since his bone is cleanly broken, we can make a healing paste with abyssal tree sap and a bald turtle's blood essence, right? She asked. Normally yes. But see that his arm is broken right from the joints? Your paste wouldn't work. Instead, you need blazing chicken's feathers, spirit pear's vine, demon caterpillar's precious silk, ground up tetra-headed snake's skins, hanging tree's sap, and upside down gourd water. Only that paste can fix his broken arm, Ning said. Ah, I see, Anya said. All right, go out and treat the rest. I will patch him up, Ning said and started to make a paste using the different ingredients. He proceeded to treat a few more patients until Anya came to the room, and with her were 4 different buffs, bare-chested men. Doctor, are you treating us like crap? We come here to pay and get treated, yet you have a kid who is not even a teen. Check us. Are you looking down on us? One of the men said. Ning was a little surprised at the aggressiveness of the men but said nothing. Instead, he asked Anya, what's wrong with them? I do not know, master, Anya said timidly. They said they had a stomach ache and I checked for it, but I couldn't figure out why at all. Anya had tears in her eyes cause she wasn't able to diagnose the men properly. It's okay. Just sit back and I will diagnose them, Ning said. He called each man forth one by one and checked them. He asked them various different questions and looked for signs of any physical trauma, but he couldn't find any. From what I can tell, you guys don't have anything serious. If you really do have a stomach ache, just drink some warm water and it should go away in under a day, Ning said. Oh, then what about the money? One of the men asked. It's a silver coin each for the diagnosis, Ning said. What? Bull **T. You didn't even treat us and you want so much money? I was right, this doctor is nothing but a phony. We should have gone to the proper doctors in the marketplace. They are the righteous ones that don't take unnecessary money from everyone, the man shouted. Ning was a little surprised by the man's sudden shout. He felt like something was off. Ah, I see, he thought. He quickly checked the men's cultivation. While they didn't have any chi cultivation, they had body cultivation. So that's what is going on, he thought. I am sorry, dear customer. I tried to take money from you for nothing. How about I treat your broken shoulder for free? Ning asked. Hey? Yes, that's more like it. You should know, wait. My shoulder isn't br. Crack. The man screamed as he had never before. The entire hospital shook from his cries. The other 3 saw that Ning had his left hand tightly grasping the man's right shoulder. Hey, what do you think you? Shing. Before they could even finish their sentences, Ning brought out the sword and pointed right at them. The men got scared seeing the nice-looking sword. Why you won't dare use that? We are from the Red Tiger sect. If you attack us, you will be the enemy of our sect, the men said. Oh yeah, why don't you try me and see if your sect will avenge your death? Ning said. The men got a little more scared. The man with the broken shoulders was on his knees, crying, desperately trying to remove Ning's hands from his shoulders, but he was failing to at every single attempt. The men started to understand that Ning was strong and not someone they could mess with. Ning too had only started this trouble after checking their cultivation base. He had seen that they were all about 4-5 th level in body cultivation, with the man he harmed having the highest of them all. By beating him first, he deterred the rest of the gang. Please spare us, the men said. Spare you? How about this? I will let you go after treating your stomach ache, Ning said. Our stomach ache? We don't have any. We were just trying to mess with you. We now see that we were wrong and will just leave like that, the men said. Nope, can't let you guys leave like that. If I say you get a stomach ache, you get a stomach ache. Choose, do you want to get punched in the stomach by me, or this little girl? Ning said while pointing to Anya. The little girl, they said. It was an obvious choice. Alright then, you, come forward, he called a person. The man came forward and stood there. Anya, go and punch that man as hard as you can in the stomach, Ning said. Anya was confused as she didn't know if she could do what he had said. Come on little miss. You can hit me. I am ready, the man said. Chapter 144, Priso. Arh! He screamed as loudly as he could to rid away the pain. The other two men looked at the man and then onto the little girl in fear. Next one, Ning said. He called forth another one of the men and asked them to get beat. They were about to refuse, but once they saw Ning's fist, they willingly came forth. Anya hit both of them on their stomach once each and they too fell to the ground in pain. That's what you get when you get punched by someone in the third chi condensation realm and fourth level of body cultivation, Ning thought. Anya's cultivation speed was quite fast in general, but her body cultivation was beyond quick. In just a few months, she had managed to break through 4 different levels of body cultivation. She was on par with the thugs in front of her. Alright, let me diagnose you guys, Ning said and started to list out the problems with the different men and prepared medicines for them. Alright, eat these and you will be fine, Ning said as he handed the 4 of them their individual medicine. The 4 of them took the medicines and turned around to leave. Wait. Ning said. What is it, sir? One of the men asked. Where is my payment? Ning said. The men started to get scared again and quickly took out a bunch of gold coins before giving them to Ning. They didn't dare stay behind any longer. Ning chuckled a bit and went back to treating the patients. Finally, once he was done with the hospital work, he went to his room and started cultivating. 10 more months, he thought. It had already been 6 months since he lost the system, 4 months since he came to Deep Skull City. He would now have to somehow live his life for 10 more months without trouble. However, even if one didn't look for trouble, trouble came knocking on its own. A few days later, another group of people came to the hospital. Even from far away, Ning could tell that they were strong. He walked to the front of the hospital and waited for these people to speak. He quietly checked their cultivation and realized that while their chi cultivation was quite poor, their body cultivation was in double digits. They're stronger than me, he thought. Are they here to take revenge on those 4 from before? Are you the doctor named Ning? One of the men in the group asked. He was big and buff. He had a head full of white hair, but that didn't stop him from looking like he was in the prime of his life. Yes, I am Ning, he replied. My name is Priso, and I am an elder from the Red Tiger sect. Is it true that our disciples got beat here a couple of days ago? He asked. Ning didn't like where the situation was going but still decided to answer truthfully. Yes, that is true. I beat them, Ning said. Is that really true? The man frowned as he asked again. Of course that's true. I really did beat them. You can ask them yourself, Ning said. That is the thing, doctor. I did ask them, and they said the one that beat them was a little girl, the man said. Oh, if you meant who hit them, then yes it was the girl, but she did it under my order, Ning said. Oh, so it's true, the man's eyes started shining. What is going on? Ning started to believe the situation wasn't how he thought it was. Can I see the little girl? The man asked. Ning frowned. What do you want? He asked in a serious tone. Oh, we don't come with malicious intent. Please, can we just see the little girl? Don't worry, we won't harm her in front of so many civilians. While we might not look like it, we care for our reputation too, Priso said. Ning thought what he said made sense, so he called Anya to the front. Anya timidly walked to the front in front of so many members of the Red Tiger sect. She knew how ferocious they were and was thus scared quite a bit. Hello, little miss, what is your name? Priso asked. Anya, she replied. Miss Anya, can you tell me if you beat the 4 men about a few days ago? Priso asked. Not all, only 3. Master beat the last one. But that was only because they were trying to fake their injury and ruin our business. We didn't attack them for no reason. They asked for it, Anya tried to explain why her master had to do what he did. I see, I see. Then can you come here and hit me too? Priso said as he put forth a hand for Anya to hit. Anya hesitated and looked towards Ning. Ning started to suspect what was going on. He looked towards Anya and nodded. After getting the go, Anya walked forward and hit the man's palm as hard as she could. While her little preteen hands weren't very large, the force they packed behind them wasn't weak either. With a 4th level body cultivation, the sound her fist made on impact was loud enough that the other members of the Red Tiger sect that were standing behind them were flabbergasted. So strong, he murmured. They had expected the girl to be strong, but at some level underneath, they couldn't believe that a little girl could have the same level of cultivation base as their inner sect disciples. Priso looked at his own palm in shock. While he didn't feel any pain, the slight numbness still remained. He couldn't believe her power either. Chapter 145, Leaving. Ning decided to ask some questions himself. Mr. Priso, what exactly is your status in the Red Tiger sect? He asked. I am the 3rd elder of the sect, behind in status only to the 2nd elder, 1st elder and the sect leader, Priso said. You said you want to take Anya as a direct disciple, right? What benefit would she get? Ning asked. Little Anya will be a direct disciple of mine, so she will learn a lot of different things from me directly. With her current cultivation base, she will become an inner sect disciple directly, and soon due to her age, may even end up becoming an influential figure in the Red Tiger sect, Priso said. Ning thought for a moment. What do you say, Anya? He asked. This was an amazing opportunity for her and he wanted her to take it. I don't want it, master. I have you as a master already. I don't need another one, she said. Silly girl, I can't stay here and teach you every day. I need to live my own life too. Besides, your life will be awesome once you join the sect. Given how young you are, you will become an amazing person in the future, Ning said. But, I don't want to leave my father and brother, she said. Priso walked forward and said, Don't worry child, the sect will take care of your family too. We have a special housing area where the family of our important sect members live. We will keep your family there too. Think, Anya. If I am not here, how are you going to take care of your family, Ning said. Finally, Anya's eyes showed determination and said, Okay, I will do it. On her own, she drooped down her head and bowed to her new master. Ning smiled and then looked at the 3rd elder and the rest of the group and said, I am weak right now, but I won't remain such forever. If I ever come to find out that you or your sect has mistreated Anya, I will personally come wreak havoc. The elder saw Ning's serious face, and while he didn't necessarily believe Ning could do that, he still nodded in respect and admiration. I will put my name on the line and promise that we will treat her the best we can, Priso said. Very well. You guys leave for today. I will come tomorrow morning to deliver her directly to the sect, Ning said. The Red Tiger sect members hesitated for a bit, but then they left. Ning closed the hospital for the day and decided to have Anya spend the rest of the day with her family. They let know the father-son what had transpired and soon, they were rejoicing too. Hearing that his daughter would be a direct disciple to one of the elders in the Red Tiger sect, the father was beyond happy. The family shared a hearty meal that night and went to sleep. The next morning, Ning stored all of their possession in a storage bag and left with them. He walked with them for more than half an hour before he reached the gate to the Red Tiger sect. Priso seemed to be waiting for them, and when he saw Ning and Anya, his face lit up in happiness. He made a disciple show the father and brother to the sect housing area while he took Anya towards the inside. Anya left his hands and returned to Ning one last time to give him a hug. She started crying. Hey, it's okay. I am not going anywhere so soon. I will come to see you from time to time. Just study hard and remember what I taught to, okay? He said. Anya nodded and finally left with the 3rd elder. Ning now didn't have anything to do. He mindlessly returned back to the house, but it was empty. He opened the hospital and focused his attention there. It worked for a few days, but soon he realized it wasn't so fun. He wanted more with life. Sigh, I should just go to the marketplace and set my hospital there, he thought. So, he did it. Over the next couple of days, he let the village folks know that he was going to shift places and on a fateful day, left the place. The house would soon be occupied by a brother of the neighbor. He set his new hospital in the middle of the marketplace and very soon, business was booming. He was the cheapest doctor around and had a much better attitude, so soon, he was stealing business away from the other doctors away as well. They were already angry that Ning had taken away their customers from the city, and now he was taking the customers away from the marketplace as well. But they couldn't do anything. Ning wasn't doing anything illegal, so they couldn't complain to the two sects. As for kicking him away, they had already tried that once and failed. There was only one thing they could do, and that was begging Ning to stop his practice or at least increase the prices so that the others could compete. But Ning didn't listen to any of them. In the end, the doctors couldn't do anything, so they threw caution to the wind and went to complain to the two sects. For the first few days, the sect showed no reaction as to whether they were listening to their complaints or not. However, after a few days of relentless complaints, even if the sect didn't care at first, they were now curious as to how a single person could disrupt the entire medical industry. Chapter 146, Blue Dragon Sect. Alright. The swollen parts should disappear in about 3 days. After it stops hurting, you can remove the bandage yourself, he told the man. Thank you, doctor, the man said and paid Ning a bunch of silver coins before leaving. He welcomed another patient but was a little surprised this time. A cultivator, he thought as he felt the aura of the man walking in. 7th realm, he thought and quickly checked the man's cultivation base. It was in the 8th chi condensation realm. So close, Ning thought. Hi, what can I help you with? Ning asked. The cultivator was really polite and explained what the problem was. Ning listened with full attention and checked the person. He then prepared some medicine and asked for a price of 5 gold coins. The cultivator paid the amount without hesitation and left. That was weird, Ning thought. For some reason, cultivators never came to get checked. It was always mortals. It was almost like there weren't that many rogue cultivators in the city at all. And the few that did come were never this strong at all. However, thinking that this was a one-time event, Ning decided to forget it. However, the next person that came through the door was also a cultivator. Another 8th realm cultivator, he was shocked. The person was a woman who had a stomach problem. Ning gave her medicine too and she politely thanked him and paid him before leaving. This was a very weird experience for Ning in this city. He treated not one, but 2 cultivators in a single day. What's going on, he wondered. Another cultivator with 7th chi condensation realm came in and asked for treatment. Ning complied and treated the man. After him, another came. And another, and another. By the end of the day, he had treated over 30 cultivators, all of whom were at least above the 7th chi condensation realm. Just when he thought it was over, however, another person came. However, this person didn't feel like a cultivator. Finally, a mortal, Ning thought. But when he looked up and saw the man, he was sure he had made a mistake. Just from the man's long white beard and blue robes, he could tell that he was a cultivator. As for why he had no aura, Ning checked him. 5th Foundation Establishment Realm. Ning's eyes went wide. So strong, he thought. Hello, Dr. Ning. How are you doing? The man spoke with an amicable smile. I'm fine. May I ask who you are? Ning said. My name is Polio, I am an elder of the Blue Dragon sect, the man said. The situation reminded him a lot of what happened with Anya. Are you here to recruit me as a disciple? Ning asked. Palio's eyes went a little wide as he wasn't expecting Ning to understand his purpose. Still, he managed to smile and said, "Close, but not quite." Ning didn't understand the meaning. "I am here to recruit you as a doctor for our sect." "What do you say?" the man asked. "Doctor, for the sect?" Ning asked curiously. "Do you want to exclusively take me as sect's doctor?" Ah, it's good that you understand. Yes, that is exactly what we want to do. You see, the local doctors complained to us that you are in the way of their business just because of how good you are. We wanted to see, and it turns out you are really good. Much better than the doctor we currently have. So, Dr. Ning, I would like to formally invite you to the Blue Dragon sect to stay as an exclusive doctor," Palio said. Ning fell into deep contemplation. "I still have 8 months before I get my system back. I was doing this all just to pass time, so what benefits do I get?" Ning asked. "As a sect doctor, you will get all the materials needed for treatment paid by the sect. You will get free access to all the books and techniques in the sect library, aside from the forbidden ones," Palio said. "That's not very bad, I guess," Ning thought. However, what Palio said next sealed the deal. "Finally, you will get 5 spirit stones every single month." "Sorry, spirit stones?" Ning's eyes went wide. He had heard of those things, but they were incredibly rare. Even though it only cost about 100 gold coins, just finding one was impossible. "Where do you guys get the spirit stones?" Ning asked. "We have connections with a major sect up north near the mainland. We get a steady supply of it from them," the man said. Ning didn't need to think anymore. "I agree." Pali0 left with a smile. Ning promised to go to the sect exactly 1 week after he finished treating the people that were waiting for him. He made sure to let everyone know that he was leaving. Some were saddened by it, some angry too, but they couldn't stop him from doing what he wanted to do. He made sure to go around the different doctors in the area and threatened them to return if he ever learned about them hiking up the price. Once everything was ready, a week later, in the morning, Ning walked to the right eye of the Deep Skull Island. The Blue Dragon sect was hidden a little away from the markets in the thick of the forest. Once Ning walked up to the gate, he could see the tall walls of the sect going all around it. "That's quite a big sect," he thought. He had heard a lot regarding the 2 sects on the island but had never personally seen them. Finally, he walked up to the guard and told them why he was here. The guards didn't waste any time and immediately went to call Palio. Chapter 147, Competition. Ning had had many such disciples come to him for treatment for the last 3 months. Some had minor injuries, while others had major. He made sure to fix everyone properly each time. The problem, however, was that they would come to him every single time they had a problem, which they had a lot. So, he hadn't managed to find a lot of time to cultivate. What little time he did get, he used efficiently and easily broke through to the 9th Chi condensation realm. Now, he was simply 1 step away from reaching the Foundation Establishment realm. Webnovel. Still, he was happy with what he was doing, since by now, he had managed to gather 15 spirit stones. He could keep it as currency for later on or simply just use it and gain a tremendous amount of chi at once. "Thank you, doctor," the girl said and left the room. Another disciple soon followed. This one was a boy. "Doctor, I think I sprained my right arm. The wrist hurts a lot," he said. "Let me check," Ning said and checked the wrist for damage. As expected, it was in fact very damaged. "What's up with you guys? This is already the 3rd such injury I've seen today. You guys seem to be practicing quite hard today," Ning said. "Of course, Dr. Ning. We need to get a high rank in the upcoming competition or we won't be able to take part in the triennials at all," the boy said. "Oh, you have a competition coming up? I'm quite surprised honestly. I can't wait to check it out," Ning said. Yes, doctor. Just watch me, I will enter the top 10 for sure, the boy said. Ning didn't even know who the boy really was as he only focused on treating them. Still, he cheered him on. By the way, who gets to take part in this competition? Only core disciples. Ning asked. Well, it's a combat-focused competition so, it's mostly going to be core disciples, the boy said. And how many participants? Is there anything for the winner? Ning asked. No rewards actually. Well, the reward would be the opportunity to go to Hub Island to take part in the triennial tournament. As for participants, it's going to be a competition between the Blue Dragon sect and Red Tiger sect, and of them, only 15 will get to go. It's an island vs island event, so there won't be many, the boy said. I see, Ning said. He quickly patched up the boy and sent him away. More disciples came after him with similar problems and Ning healed them all. He was quite surprised by how excited the disciples were for the competition. Once night fell and no more disciples came, he finally left the clinic and walked out. His room was above the clinic as well, but he needed some fresh air for now. It was evening time and the sun had just gone down. The clinic was in the center of the sect, along with other major buildings. Ning only had to walk a small distance if he wanted to go to the library or the training plaza. He had looked through the assortments of techniques that the Blue Dragon sect had and had even liked a few, but he had had no time to practice any. If he had to say a bad thing about his current situation, then it would definitely be the lack of time. He roamed the sect for a while. He saw the many disciples still training throughout the sect. Some were using swords, some spears, some bows and arrows, some whips, some staffs, and a lot of other non-conventional weapons. Some even used non-weapons during their practice. He saw a person use a flute during practice. Ning didn't know how he fought, but he did and that was interesting. Some used beasts to fight too. All in all, there was a variety of fighting styles that could be found in the sect. Ning returned back to the clinic and went to his room to cultivate. A few more days passed and it was finally the day for the intersect competition. He was let know about the competition a day ago since he needed to stay in the fighting arena for emergency medical care. He complied and let them know what he needed. The sect was under fanfare as the disciples were celebrating the competition as if it were a festival. They really love this competition, hey? Ning thought. A massive arena of sorts was prepared around the fighting area that could hold a massive audience. People started arriving that filled the audience pretty soon. Most of the seats however were filled by the disciples of the two sects. The competition was to be held in the Blue Dragon sect, so the disciples from the Red Dragon sects had started arriving. The disciples of either sect were quite easily distinguishable. The uniform of the Blue Dragon sect was blue, while the Red Tiger sect was red. Even then the Red Tiger sect didn't wear any uniforms for most of the time and liked to be bare-chested, which was also quite easily distinguishable. The arena slowly filled and the important peoples of both of the sects started arriving as well. The two sect leaders of either sect as well as a few important elders filled the podium that was set high up. They consisted of the elders like Polio and Priso as well. Ning tried searching for Anya, but it seemed she was kept away from the competition. Ning approved of it. Showing a bloody battle to a little girl wasn't necessary. Chapter 148, First Round. Ning looked around and was quite surprised at how many disciples from both sects were ready to fight here today. Can they even finish it all in a single day, he wondered. However, he soon realized that there was going to be more than a single battle at a time. Ah, so that's how they are going to speed up the competition, hey, he thought. Over 50 disciples from each sect were called up to the stage and made to pick up some pieces of paper with numbers on them. The matches are going to be one-on-one battles where everyone that got the same number will fight against each other regardless of the sects you come from, the host said. The purpose of the competition is to select the best of the best amongst you guys to take you to the triennial tournament that will take place in the Hub Island in 5 months' time. The ones selected from this competition will be put through rigorous training so that you can end up being the best you can be in the next 5 months, the host said. The disciples got excited hearing that such change would come soon to them if they could only succeed right here. 15 disciples from this group of 2 sects, right? That's not really a lot, he thought. He wondered how Starsight City handled this when they had 3 different sects that could make up the 15 disciples list. Pure Cleansing sect probably didn't get a lot of spots since they aren't so good at fighting, Ning thought. Suddenly, the arena started separating, surprising Ning, who was staying to the side. A few elders walked out from inside, both of them consisting of the 2 sects. 4 of them walked onto the stage while the rest walked up to next to Ning and stayed there. Ning greeted them and they greeted back. Ning was wearing an elder's clothing so they didn't dare be disrespectful. They struck up conversations and Ning soon came to learn that they were actually referees for the competition and would switch with the ones on the stage from time to time. Finally, the competition started and 8 disciples were called on stage. 5 of them were from the Blue Dragon sect and 3 from the Red Tiger sect. Without even the robes, just based on their body types, the 2 disciples were easily separated. The Blue Dragon sect disciples had a lean body and usually held some sort of weapons, while the Red Tiger sect disciples were body cultivators with big and buff bodies that didn't like using weapons. The 4 pairs were randomly chosen by themselves, so 4 of the disciples from the Blue Dragon sect and 2 from the Red Tiger sects had to fight their fellow disciples. However, that didn't mean they were going to go easy on them. As soon as the competition started, the disciples immediately rushed to attack the opponent as fast as they could. This was a contest of raw strength and skill, and as such none of them held back. They used various weapons and fought with each other to the best of their ability. The 4 referees looked after the competition on the 4 different stages and made sure the disciples didn't accidentally hurt each other more than they should. 2 of the fights ended normally, while the other 2 continued on. Different abilities flew through the air and another one came to a close as well. The final one was between the 2 sects disciples, and the disciple from the Red Tiger sect nearly heavily injured the disciple from the Blue Dragon sect. Was it not for the elders stopping him in time, the outcome would have been disastrous. Ning immediately stood up to go check on the disciple, but everything was fine, so he returned back to his seat. Brother Ning must really care for the disciples of the sect. You ran up there so quickly, one of the elders said. Haha, it's nothing like that. I was just doing my job as the doctor of the sect, Ning said. I see, I see. By the way, how old are you, Brother Ning? You don't look very old, the elder asked. Me? I am. Ning hadn't calculated his age in a long while. Around 22 years old, he said. Oh wow, only 22? Those disciples up there are probably older than you, the elder said. The few other elders around him got surprised too. Haha, I doubt that is true, Ning said, trying to sound humble. The few elders talked for a little longer as another set of fights took place in the arena. Some of the fights took a long while some were over in an instant. Ning checked the cultivation base of every single one that came to the stage and was honestly surprised at how weak everyone was. Even though he thought that after comparing the disciples with himself, the strongest disciple on the Blue Dragon sect was at the 8th Chi condensation realm, and the strongest disciple on the Red Tiger sect was on the 8th level of body cultivation. He had them both beat in their own game. However, he didn't tell anyone that. He was simply a doctor and wasn't even a disciple, so he would just take the 5 spirit stone he was given until his system would come back and then make some other plans. The elders switched places and the referees changed. The disciples' fight kept on continuing for the next hour or so. The battles themselves were quite fun to watch and honestly very entertaining. However, since Ning was always on edge about someone needing immediate medical care every time the fight got intense, he couldn't enjoy the better battles at all. Chapter 149, Final Round. The body cultivators were in general stronger than the chi cultivators and were thus coming out on top in the competition. Soon, the host made them all pick up small pieces of paper to choose their opponents again, and the second round began. This time, the arena was transformed so that only 2 stages were available at the same time. 2 of the elders walked up as referees. 4 disciples walked up to the stage once their numbers were called, and thus the next round of battle began. This round of battle was way more intense. Since the strong ones were already filtered, those who remained were all stronger in general. Ning got to see some very intense fighting from such a matchup. Although it couldn't bring forth the same thrill as when he fought those blue-skinned women, seeing 2 very strong cultivators fight each other had a special charm to it. While the Blue Dragon sect disciples used various different methods, sending out blasts of energy and using weird chi techniques, the Red Tiger sect disciples would always fight in close combat with their bodies and fists. Even when they did use weapons, they would use swords and spears and go into close quarters for those fights too. Ning waited for his role in the tournament to heal the injured, but no such problem ever arose. One after another, disciples were called to the stage as it was their turn to fight, and before anyone knew it, the second round of battles had ended too. "Ah, that was great, wasn't it?" One of the elders sitting close to Ning asked. "I wasn't expecting such intense battles when you mixed together 2 different battle styles," another elder said. "The disciples this time around are stronger than they were 3 years ago, aren't they?" another elder asked. "The sect leaders must be really happy with the batch of core disciples this time around," another elder said while looking at the podium among the audience that housed the sect leaders and other important elders. Ning looked towards them once and looked back to the stage. Rubnve.c. After a few minutes of the resting period, the host walked up to the stage and spoke. "We now have 28 contestants remaining. Of them, the winner from the next 14 battles will be guaranteed to go to the triennial tournament. However, don't be worried, because even if you lose, due to there being 15 participation limit, one of you who fails may be able to get into the roster if you manage to impress the sect leaders. So, even if it seems unlikely that you will win, try your best and you might just luck out," the host said. The disciples started to get unusually excited once they heard that. One more win and they were guaranteed to go to the triennial tournament. Everyone was getting hyped up, and with that, the third and final round of battles started. This time, the disciples were made to go up onto the stage for one battle at a time. The first battle was between a Blue Dragon disciple and a Red Tiger disciple. The blue-robed and red-robed disciples walked up onto the stage, and this time, the host himself stayed as the referee. As soon as the competition started, the 2 fighters got into action. The blue-robed disciple took out a sword, while the red-robed disciple simply ran forward with his bare body. The fight was intense as one person continuously tried to create some distance with their sword while the other one tried to close the gap to not let the other one gain any advantage. The fight came to a standstill as neither one could gain an advantage over the other. In the end, the red-robed disciple took the brunt of one of the blue-robed disciple's sword attacks and got in close to defeat them. The red-robed disciple's arms were bloody, but he had won. Ning immediately ran up to the stage and helped get the disciple down. Once off the stage, he immediately created a simple paste to help close the bleeding and heal the wound. "Thankfully, your bones aren't broken, so you will be fine. Just try not to do anything extreme for the next 5 days, Ning said to the red-robed disciple. "Thank you, doctor," the person said and left with a big smile on his face. He had won. Ning went back to his seat and looked at the second match that had started between 2 Blue Dragon sect disciples. This one was a little better as they could both fight freely without fishing for advantage between the 2. Before long, one of them came out as a clear winner, and soon after that, the third match started. The third match was between a female body cultivator and a male cultivator that played music. This was a very interesting match as neither knew how to fight against the other. The body cultivator couldn't close the gap since she didn't know what sort of weird techniques the male cultivator would have, and the male cultivator's long-distance attacks were mostly useless since the girl's ears were very strong and the sound didn't affect them as much. She didn't have chi to block her ears, but she didn't need to given how strong they naturally were. Soon, they came to a standstill. The girl finally managed to win after deciding to do the same thing the first guy did and took an attack directly to get to the male cultivator and tossed him off the stage. As such, the third match was done as well. Similarly, 10 more matches took place, each with its own magic and wonders to show. Out of the 5 Blue Dragon Sect disciples, and 5 Red Tiger Sect disciples managed to win. Chapter 150, Bonus Final Fight. The first person was a disciple of the Blue Dragon Sect, and the second person was a disciple of the Red Tiger Sect. The host was the referee for this match, and this was the final battle of the competition. The blue-robed man took out a long spear, while the red-robed man took out a small metal club. Oh, that's an unusual weapon, Ning thought. However, given his extreme physical strength, that will work very well against the enemy if he can get close, Ning thought. With a single shout from the host, the match started. The red-robed man immediately dashed forward to get close and attack, but the blue-robed man didn't have such ideas. Instead, he jumped backward and at the same time attacked with his spear, sending out purple slices towards the bald man. The bald man stopped the attack with his club but was in return forced to stop. He once again followed behind the blue-robed man, but the blue-robed man used some sort of movement technique and managed to easily dodge the bald man's attack. Once he created some distance, he once again let out attacks with his spears. This time the attacks were much faster and stronger. The bald man barely managed to put up his club, but 2 of the flying attacks managed to get through and hit the bald man's face, leaving 2 small cuts along his cheeks. Grr, the bald man grunted and looked at the blue-robed man angrily before following him. The red-robed man kept on following his opponent for a few more turns before he finally managed to corner him. Seeing that there was no more way for him to run away, he finally stood his ground and fought with his spear. Clang! A moderately loud sound rang as the spear and the club rang. The bald man was a little surprised seeing a chi cultivator being strong enough to block his attack. Still, he tried to press on and attack. He brought the club back and slammed it down once more. The blue-robed man hit the club from the side and slid it down his left side, barely missing his shoulders. With the same movement, he then pushed forth his spear and cut the right side of the bald man's face, introducing another cut along his face. He then escaped from the corner and started running around to send out long-distance attacks. That fighting style is quite cowardly, don't you guys think? One of the red-robed elders near Ning said. Yes, it is. However, that doesn't mean it's a bad fighting style. Especially since it works, one of the blue-robed elders said. Sigh, I can't argue against that. However, we are used to seeing more brutal and intense fights in the Red Tiger Sect. Seeing such a cowardly approach to a battle just makes the victory feel underserved, another red-robed elder said. I think that is because the disciples aren't used to fighting someone that just wants to go into close combat. The closest fighters they fight are sword users, and even they don't ever come this close during battles, a blue-robed elder said. Yeah, I even explained to a few of them that despite not having the same body strength, their chi will make up for in strength. But they seem to ignore that and just run around. I think they will understand that fighting head-on is not so bad against a body cultivator if they were made to fight with them a few more times, a blue-robed elder said. Yes. Also, our disciples only focus on the body and never techniques. I am going to force them to learn some weapon techniques or movement techniques next. That should help them a lot in the triennial tournament, another red-robed elder said. Ning was watching the competition at the same time he was listening to the elders. He knew that the chi cultivators in the fights were inexperienced and that the body cultivators would be a lot better if they had a little more chi cultivation as well. The fight on the stage reached an intense moment. The bald fighter had more than a few cuts on his body and was unnaturally angry. He hadn't managed to land a single hit until now. Due to this, the blue-robed disciple started getting cocky. He started teasing the red-robed man and sent out verbal remarks. However, he didn't calculate the limit the bald man was willing to go in the fight. Suddenly, the bald man started running towards him. FREWBNV. The blue-robed man prepared his spear and got ready to block. However, the red-robed man threw the club as soon as he was close. The blue-robed man was caught off guard. He blocked the club and parried it to go behind him, however, he missed the bald man that had jumped behind the club as well. The blue-robed man tried to bring back the spear and managed to hit the red-robed man in the left shoulder, but that wasn't enough to stop him. With a single punch to the face, he sent the blue-robed skidding across the stage and then onto the ground near Ning. Ning rushed forward to check up on the disciple, but it seemed the bald man was not done with his attack. He was still angry from the teasing. When the host was focused on the blue-robed man, the bald man took out the spear on his shoulder and ran forward to reach for his club before jumping directly onto the blue-robed man on the ground. The host turned around and saw the bald man jump but didn't realize in time that he was trying to attack the opponent who was already down. The bald man landed directly in front of the blue-robed man and let down a massive swing with an angry face.